It was just past noon. It is the time when the sunlight is the most abundant. Through the window, the sunlight hit her face, and even with her eyes closed, Wen Youning frowned slightly from the glare. In her drowsiness, she casually raised her hand to cover her face. As she turned to face away from the sunlight to continue sleeping, a short beep sound rang out. Wen Youning suddenly opened her eyes, sat up, and looked at the computer screen, where the live broadcast displayed. User 1998 has entered the live room. After waiting for 3 hours since the broadcast started, finally, there was the first passerby entering the live streaming room. Wen Youning's eyes brightened. Welcome. Just as she opened her mouth, the number of live viewers in the upper right corner of the streaming room changed from 1 to 0. A new user left the live streaming room. Wen Youning. The new streamer had not even started her business before it came to a complete halt. Wen Youning supported her chin with one hand, opened her phone, and sighed heavily at the several glaring zeros in her account balance. I haven't even figured out today's lunch yet. If she had known, she would have eaten the staff meal before wearing the book and then gone to sleep afterwards. As a well-established and the only animal caretaker who can understand the voices of animals, Wen Youning's daily work involves having heart-to-heart talks with small animals and making friends, whether they are those raised in the zoo or wild ones in the plains. Wen Youning can communicate with all of them. After several days of continuous business trips in the wild, I returned to the zoo and immediately dived into psychological counseling for the tigers without skipping a beat. The work went very smoothly, and after chatting with the tigers all night, I finished up and fell asleep in the lounge, not even having time to eat lunch. Originally, I planned to go out for a big meal after waking up, but when I finally woke up, I found that I had become the unfortunate true heiress who was switched by a nanny in the recent novel I had been reading. As an old aristocratic family, although the family is not as prosperous as it used to be due to the decline of the real economy, the feudal mentality of wanting to maintain face has not dissipated. The real daughter has been found, but she is looked down upon everywhere, feeling that she has not received the education of the nobility and is crude and unsophisticated. In contrast, the fake daughter has been learning piano and dance since childhood. Her posture, temperament, and grace in her every move make the real daughter seem worthless by comparison. Aristocratic families emphasize benefits. With so many younger generations in a large family, blood ties tend to seem less important when faced with interests. In the original text, the real heiress tries hard to cater to others, presenting herself in a humble manner, but the fake heiress repeatedly stirs trouble and employs various means of slander and accusation. In the end, the real heiress is driven out of the house, and before leaving, she is morally coerced by her family to donate a kidney to the fake heiress. Not long after being driven out of the house, she falls off a bridge due to worries and physical issues. After her death, there isn't even someone to collect her body. The fake heiress naturally becomes the true heiress of the Wen family, living a smooth and successful life. When Wen Youning arrives, the original owner has not yet been found by her biological parents. Just thinking about the plot ahead, Wen Youning doesn't want to join the commotion at the Wen family. Recognition is impossible, plus the original owner is already over 18, so according to the rules, the Wen family doesn't have to provide living expenses and has no obligation to raise her. It's just uncertain whether they can be charged with abandonment and collect some compensation. However, before that, the most important thing is to find a way to solve the problem of today's lunch. The steamed buns from breakfast today have already spent her last dollar. I just arrived not long ago and am unfamiliar with everything around me. I have the medical skills, but the pet doctor qualification certificate hasn't come through yet, so I can't start working. Fortunately, with the development of the internet and the rise of live streaming, Wen Youning also set up a live streaming room with a catchy title, Professional Veterinarian, mind-reading treatment for various pet ailments. However, there is no heat and not many people are coming in. Just as Wen Youning was contemplating whether to find a side job to get by, a live connection request popped up on the screen. Here comes the task. Wen Youning smiled and greeted hello. The boy across the table was sunk into his chair, his mouth moving as if chatting with the barrage of comments. When he saw the live stream connection, he was stunned for a moment, hurriedly sat up and slapped his head. Oh no, I clicked the wrong button. I confirmed instead of canceling. Face scanning payment has already deducted the amount. Can this fee for the connection be refunded? Wen Youning thought for a moment, following the platform's rules if you are underage. The male host laughed upon hearing this, thinking that it was just $10 anyway. With the paid connection, there was also traffic support. He waved his hand and said, forget it, connecting is fate. What kind of host are you? As he spoke, he clicked into the other person's live streaming room, leaned closer to the computer, squinting, veterinarian, mind reading and treating. What kind of new profession is this? Does it mean you can read the thoughts of animals? Live streaming for treatment? Yes, Wen Youning said seriously. It is limited to difficult and complicated diseases that pet hospitals cannot solve. For ordinary issues like colds or fevers, I still recommend going to the hospital. Wen Youning spoke earnestly, while the barrage on the male host's side was already flooded with. The host industry is really becoming increasingly diverse. It's a money grab confirmed. The male streamer doesn't believe in this cyber doctor, but that doesn't stop him from using this wave of traffic to gain some popularity for the show. Just right, my cat has also been acting strangely lately. It vomits every time after eating. Sometimes it only eats a few bites and then turns around to throw up a few pellets, then continues eating. The male streamer is live streaming with his phone. He takes it with him as he walks out of the room and squats next to the sofa in the living room. Look, I searched online and it says it's malnutrition or intestinal cramps. I went to the pet store and bought some nutritional paste, but it's still the same after eating it, no effect. It's not the food issue either. I've tried 2 different kinds and even tried feeding fresh meat, but it still doesn't work, it still vomits. The camera sweeps past a place where a solid-colored Maine Coon cat with light golden eyes is lying on a soft sofa. When it sees its owner coming, it slowly raises its tail, looking somewhat lethargic, giving off a sense of being drained of energy. The male host strokes the cat's head and asks, is it true that there's something wrong psychologically? Depressed, emotional eating. It wasn't like this before. How can we fix it? Wen Youning observes the cat and asks, how old is this cat? The male host replies, it's 2 years old. I've raised it little by little since it was a kitten. The Maine Coon's eyes moved as it raised its head and sniffed at the phone. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry, I want to eat, I want to eat. The Maine Coon's belly was empty, and its inner voice was a continuous stream of murmurs. Wen Youning saw this and said, bring over the cat food, let's do a live feeding. The male anchor hesitated a bit. Feeding it makes it vomit. I've read online that you need to withhold food and water to observe it first and not to feed it. No, did the host opposite not listen to Brother La? It should be fasting and observing under such circumstances. Using small animals for show effects, reported for animal cruelty. Is this a Maine Coon? It looks so thin its fur is all tangled. Wen Youning poured a glass of water and said, try feeding it as I said. If it throws up, it's my responsibility. Remember to give a little less cat food at first, just a few dozen pieces. The male host, half convinced, put the bowl down and said, 10 pieces, right? The Maine Coon's eyes lit up when it saw the bowl of food being served. As soon as the bowl was placed down, it dove in without hesitation. 10 pieces of cat food were nothing more than a flick of its tongue for the 2-year-old Maine Coon. In the time it took to lower his head, the bowl was already empty. Looking at the Maine Coon now, it was sitting beside the male host, looking up and rubbing against his knee. its eyes eagerly watching him, with no sign of wanting to vomit at all. "Hey, it really didn't vomit," the male host said in surprise. "It vomited before because it ate too fast, is that right?" "There is related reasoning, it's about half and half." Wen Youning lightly tapped the table with her fingertips and indicated for him to say, "Give it 10 more." The male host followed suit, and this time the Maine Coon still ate very quickly. After repeating a few times, Wen Youning felt it was about right and said, "Grab another handful for it, 2 handfuls would be better, 1 might not be enough." As soon as the words were spoken, the Maine Coon cat, deeply engrossed in eating, suddenly lifted its head, its light golden eyes filled with tears as it looked at the phone. "Meow." "Really?" "Huh?" The male host paused, counting the cat food. "That's too much. Usually it only needs a cup for 1 meal." He shook the measuring cup in his hand. Wen Youning looked at the size of the measuring cup and estimated, for a cat of this size and age, according to the measuring cup in your hand, it must eat at least 5 to 6 cups per meal. You also have to occasionally add some small fish jerky and dental snacks mixed in. She sighed. The Maine Coon was almost being raised like a greyhound. The male host poured the cat food with stiff and slow hands. "Impossible. When I bought the cat, the seller told me it only eats this much. Usually it just needs some leftovers who need so much cat food. They say that people who eat less are eating cat food because cats eat very little." Wen Youning paused for a moment. Can a cat's food intake when it's young be the same as when it grows up? Moreover, this is still a Maine Coon. The largest Maine Coon in the world is 135 centimeters long. "Well, this amount of food is not enough for the treats my cat usually gets for training and sitting." Maine Coon, eating but never full, hungry but never starving. "Ha ha ha, did you see the host's eyes when they said 1 more drink? Maine Coon, really my kind mother, there's really more to eat." The echoes in the live stream are all the Maine Coon's crunch crunch sound while eating cat food. Wen Youning suggested, if you often have leftover food, remember to take the cat to the hospital to check its liver, kidney function, and pancreas. Eating too much oil and salt can put a burden on these organs. The male streamer casually waved his hand and said, "It's fine, I don't really have leftovers. It mainly eats cat food." Wen Youning. "Danmo. So a cup of cat food and leftover meals combined in the end, is it only a cup of cat food? This cat has also suffered a lot with you. Put the cat's illness aside for now. You should hurry to the top-tier hospital to get a registration." Wen Youning lightly coughed and said, "Your cat vomits after eating because it's hungry. When it sees food, it gets anxious to eat and swallows too quickly. Plus, after a long period of hunger, its stomach has shrunk and can't hold that much cat food. When stimulated, it will vomit. Take your time to raise it and gradually increase the amount of food bit by bit. Once it can control itself and isn't so hungry, you can just fill the bowl. Cats know when they are full. They will stop eating when they are satisfied." Meow. The Maine Coon that has just eaten keeps rubbing against the phone, its head blocking the camera several times. Its little eyes have become much clearer, as if it wishes to rub against Wen Youning through the phone. "Good, eat well, don't eat too fast. There will always be food later." This Maine Coon looks pitiful, and Wen Youning sighed. "Fortunately, you connected with me today. Otherwise, if we keep feeding like this, how would the cat live in the future?" Meow. "Yes, that's it. It can't get past a little bit at all." The Maine Coon cat that has eaten enough is noticeably more active than before. Before, it was already so hungry that it had little reaction to everything around it. The whole cat looked indifferent. Wen Youning rested her elbow on the table, her fingertips lightly tapping her cheek. "Your Maine Coon definitely doesn't scratch the sofa or bite the charging cables." The male broadcaster was gently rubbing the cat's head and suddenly laughed. "How do you know? Can you read its mind? Is it thinking, I don't want to destroy the furniture, I'm so good?" "Do we need to read minds for that? I can guess too. That cat is almost starving. What energy does it have left to play? The Maine Coon looks so starved it seems to have lost all strength and means. Gentle giant, your family member is only gentle now. Others may be foolish without acting, but you are foolish without performing. I suggest a strict investigation. Wen Youning didn't know if the streamer opposite was joking or being serious for a moment. The Maine Coon cast a glance at him. The male host was taken aback. Can it understand what I'm saying? I can't say it understands. Smart little animals can grasp some meanings, mostly guessing based on tone, so there will be some discrepancies. There are also high IQ pets that understand more precisely, and when they're too lazy to deal with you, they'll pretend not to understand. Wen Youning shrugged, which is equivalent to the translation between English and Chinese. It cannot match each word 100%, but the meaning is broadly similar. The feelings of small animals are the same. Translating specific words into coherent suggestions that ordinary people can understand is one of Wen Youning's tasks. Wen Youning cleared her throat and said, "The Maine Coon has no other issues. If you are really worried, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. Just follow the routine I mentioned before and take care of it gradually. I'm leaving now." The male host hasn't spoken yet, and the Maine Coon cat raised its head and meowed. Meow. Wen Youning curved her eyes and said bye-bye. After hanging up the live stream, Wen Youning stretched lazily. The first live connection ended smoothly. She took a quick look in the back end. Viewers were accessing the live stream from the traffic pool, and not many were sending gifts. The back-end income was only from the paid connections, and that money was split between the streamer and the platform, which is 5 yuan. The new streamer has a new account, and the price for paid connections is fixed at 10 yuan. Perhaps the platform is encouraging low prices for high sales. Once the account level increases, this price will adjust accordingly. However, one good thing about this platform is that there are no restrictions on withdrawals and spending. Even 5 yuan can be transferred to the payment app for use. Wen Youning stood up and said, "If you're interested, please follow me. I will go live irregularly and you can leave messages about pet issues in the backend. I am going offline to have dinner now." Bullet screen. No, I still don't understand. Is mind reading real or not? Let's just stream eating. Eating doesn't affect the connection. Wen Youning's stomach is protesting due to hunger. Waiting for the paid connection is taking too long. She has been waiting for this one since 9 in the morning and can't hold on to wait for the next one. I'll stream again in the evening. I'm live on the computer. It's not very convenient to go downstairs to eat. Just as the words left her mouth, the special effects in the live broadcast suddenly burst open, covering the entire screen, and as the petals fell, the gift notification showed, "Limited flower C." Wen Youning changed the subject, but speaking of which, mobile live streaming is indeed very convenient. Thank you to the boss for the limited flower C. Please wait a moment. Switching from a computer live stream to a mobile live stream can be done in 3 seconds. The limited flower C costs 666, half of which goes to the platform, leaving her with just over 300. I originally just thought about buying some cheap vegetarian noodles downstairs, but now I can even enjoy the top-tier ones. Wen Youning covered her phone camera as she went downstairs. The rice noodle shop downstairs smells especially good every time I pass by. The owner makes bone broth, and they give the discarded bones and meat to the stray animals that pass by. They all say it's great. That shop must be really delicious. The shops recommended by the furry ones have guaranteed flavor. The place where Wen Youning lives has a food street right downstairs, and this noodle shop is the most popular one on the entire street. Walking into the bustling street, the aroma of food mingles with the sounds of conversations at the stalls, creating the feeling of human warmth. Even though it is not mealtime now, there are still many people in the rice noodle shop, but the line is not as long as during peak hours. Animals reading minds instantly turn into food recommendations. Delicious, delicious, meow. This is the cat's. Ow. Hearing the little animals' voices, Wen Youning tilted her head to take a look. In the corner there were a row of small bowls, filled with some meat soup and shredded meat. There were also bones on the ground with meat on them, but with pure meat available, the little stray cat had no interest in the hard bones that were difficult to chew. The little furry heads huddled together, fighting to eat from the few bowls in the middle. Even if there is no cat visiting the food bowl beside it, it might taste better if it snatches the food to eat. Go away, meow. Eat, eat, eat. The little chubby cat at the very bottom is deeply focused on eating. Even with its ears bitten by other cats, it has no idea whose paw is pressing on its face. This little chubby cat remains motionless, relying on its weight to occupy the central position, almost completely blocking the bowl with its head. Wen Youning pointed her phone lens at these little guys. Look, they are eating so deliciously. The little kittens' voices are filled with meow, so adorable. Just in the warm and soft atmosphere, suddenly a voice broke through, a broken person, more broken than a dog. The voice was filled with deep dissatisfaction, even heavier than a curse. Meow gives you a punch. What, who? She caught a glimpse of a sleek, shiny tabby cat darting out from the corner, like an arrow released from the bow, and it shot straight out. Then came a blood-curdling scream. Ah, help! The sudden sound startled everyone present, and for a moment, even the voices of the friends who accompanied him fell silent. Everyone's gaze fell in unison towards the man by the roadside. Those who were closer all instinctively scattered, creating an empty space around the person being attacked by the tabby cat. The man covered his head with one hand, hunched over, and randomly swatted at the air with the other. He had just been caught off guard and scratched by the cat, and now everything in front of him appeared blurry. This cat is crazy. Chen Zhu, hurry and help me. Meow! The tabby cat's claws were firmly dug into the man's arm, and it bit down hard. Ah, damn it! The man gritted his teeth. Get away from me, dead cat. The girlfriend standing beside him was already dumbfounded and stepped forward to try to pull the cat down. Mimi, let go quickly. What do you mean, Mimi? Get a stick. The man's arms were already full of blood, and seeing he couldn't shake it off, he simply gritted his teeth and slammed his arm against the tree. Ha! The tabby cat was agile, leaping up and landing on the tree trunk. Its fur bristled, glaring at the man and hissing. Damn humans! You're lying. The tabby cat complained in his heart with his tail held high, ready to rush up and punch the man again. The live broadcast covered the entire situation of this battle. What the heck, what's going on? Does this cat have rabies? It seems really crazy. Chen Zhu opened a bag of tissue and hurriedly handed it to him. Quickly go to the hospital and get the rabies vaccine. The man angrily snatched the tissues from her hand. I told you not to feed stray cats. Don't feed stray cats. Now look what happened. It's come back to haunt me. I'm taking the disaster for you. Chen Zhu opened her mouth. I don't know what happened either. Mimi is usually very gentle. It has never done this before. The man, so you say it's my fault. Did I provoke it? It's just a beast. You didn't provoke the kitten. You provoked a person and the kitten saw it. Wen Youning walked over to the tabby cat, squatted down, and reached out to pet the kitten's head. Stray animals are wary of humans, let alone the top fighter, the tabby cat. However, there is something inexplicably inviting about Wen Youning that makes the cat want to get close. The tabby hesitated between running and fighting, and then its head was patted by a human. The man furrowed his brows. What is it? Is this cat yours? Then you saw it scratch me like this. You have to pay. My medical expenses, lost work wages, and rabies vaccine serum, not a single cent less. Chen Zhu knew that this man was going to start his usual nonsense again. Don't say useless things. This cat is a stray, you know that. Hurry up and go to the hospital. The man shook off Chen Zhu's hand. Are you stupid? Shut up. In his view, his girlfriend's money is also his own. Whether he spends it or his girlfriend spends it, it's all money that comes out of his pocket. It's not easy to find someone willing to stand up and reimburse him, so naturally, he wants to keep that person close. What if that person runs away after coming back from the hospital? Wen Youning ignored the rage-filled man and turned to the girl. Chen Zhu, right. Have you married the guy next to you? Chen Zhu didn't expect the topic to change so quickly and didn't react in time, instinctively answering, not yet. Wen Youning nodded and said, then your boyfriend has other girlfriends. The man was taken aback and then angrily said, what are you talking nonsense about? Do I know you to just make things up? Meow. Wen Youning didn't even look at him, continuing to stroke the tabby cat while saying, he was hugging and cuddling with that girl, right here. She pointed upwards at the monitor. It should have captured the whole scene. The tabby cat was so angry its whiskers trembled, mew. He even kissed her a few times. Moreover, he shared a bowl of rice noodles with that girl, and your boyfriend said, when he marries you, the debts will be converted into marital debts and divided with you. And he also mentioned you have several large apartments in the city center. Dividing 2 or 3 of them would be enough. Speaking of this, Wen Youning raised her brow and said, you were fooled by a scumbag. Really, how did the host know? Wow, did you see that guy's dark face? I feel like it's not fake. So is the tabby cat taking revenge on the girl. The little tabby is indignant against evil. What a good cat. After a brief moment of being stunned, Chen Zhu looked at the man with suspicion and asked, is what she said true? Are you crazy, Chen Zhu? The man certainly didn't recognize her. I don't know where this person came from. I don't even know her. You just believe someone who casually makes up a story. At this moment, the tabby cat had relaxed. Perhaps after a beating it had calmed down a bit, lying lazily on Wen Youning's shoe, flicking its tail lazily. That's not a lie. Following the tabby cat's thoughts, Wen Youning lifted her chin towards the man's pocket. Little Tabby said that after your boyfriend put her in the taxi, he also made a phone call, making ch-ch sounds on the other end. This suck should be a mistake in language. Wen Youning thought for a moment and translated it as, they are even kissing each other through the phone. You should be able to prove the truth of what I said by checking the chat history. Chen Zhu met the man's evasive gaze, her heart racing, bang bang. Although she didn't know how things had developed to this point, the eyes couldn't lie. She immediately spread her hands and said, give me your phone. The man instinctively shoved his hands into his pockets, holding onto the phone but hesitating to take it out. Chen Zhu, we've known each other for so many years. You don't trust me and believe a stranger you just met. And what's with the nonsense about what the tabby cat said? That damn cat can talk. Don't listen to her nonsense. Chen Zhu was also not going to indulge him. Then I'm going to the store to check the surveillance. Wait! The man clearly felt guilty and shouted with a fierce tone but a weak voice. Isn't it said by the store that they can't just give out things involving privacy? Besides, we are already getting married. Don't you have any trust in me at all? I just trusted you too much, you jerk. Seeing him like this, Chen Zhu didn't understand what else there was to clarify. Because of trust and since she emphasized mutual privacy in their relationship, even after being together for a long time, she had never checked his phone and didn't even know his phone password. Now it seems that because of her trust, this jerk hadn't even made any efforts to cover up the chat records or deleted anything. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for her to get this flustered every time she looks at her phone. It's obviously too late to delete it now. You say the kitten has rabies, but I think the one who's sick is you. You animal! Chen Zhu shouted angrily as she smashed her bag at the man. No, let me explain. I was just playing around with her. Chen Zhu, get lost. The man was losing ground step by step. Tusk, Wen Youning sat on the steps, stroking the tabby cat's belly, shaking her head. It should. Meow. Well done. The tabby cat flipped over and ran away, tail held high. Let me give you a few punches, meow. Chen Zhu was almost hitting him. while the little tabby was waiting for an opportunity to strike. In summer, clothes are thin, and wild cats, unlike house cats, do not have anyone to help them trim their nails. The claws of a tabby cat that survives in the wild are sharp and pointed, easily piercing through fabric. Damn, Chen Zhu, are you crazy? The man held one hand in front of Chen Zhu while continually backing away in an attempt to escape, but the tabby cat was agile. Often before he could even see it, he would feel a sharp pain in his leg from being scratched, and in anger, he picked up a stone from the roadside to throw at the cat. Hiss, stimulating. No, I don't quite understand, so everything the host says is true. Huh, the host really can read the heart's voice of small animals. Didn't they say there are cameras? The cameras can capture this, and this is also under the host's building, so it's possible that the host saw the guy cheating when he went downstairs to eat, and then pretended to say it in the voice of a small cat. It's absurd that anyone actually believes such ridiculous things. I've noted down the ID. I'll sell it to you guys for health products when I'm old. The police car arrived very quickly. I don't know which bystander couldn't stand it and called the police. The semicircular human wall around was impenetrable, as the police car slowly drove into the center while sounding its siren. Stop it, don't fight anymore. At the same time that her words fell, Chen Zhu kicked the man in the leg and said, "Break up." Ah, the man screamed in pain, rolling on the ground. Chen Zhu let out a sigh, tidied up her somewhat messy hair, and stepped forward to talk to the police. Seeing the police come out to maintain order, Wen Youning got up, patted her clothes, and turned to continue queuing to buy rice noodles. Due to the commotion here, many customers in line came out to see what was happening. There were only a few people in line, and before long they reached Wen Youning. The shopkeeper held a pair of tongs for picking vegetables and said, "Hello, what would you like?" A serving of super spicy rice noodles with less noodles and more vegetables. Wen Youning looked at a row of side dishes, from fried eggs and tofu puffs to crispy chicken feet and half a braised pig's trotters. She thought for a moment and pointed at them. "I'll have one of each of these side dishes." "All right, should we pack it or eat here?" The vendor quickly clamped all the side dishes into a bowl. Wen Youning said, "Pack it." The phone is still live streaming, and the sound quality is poor when eating outside, so it's easier to pack it and eat back at home. Moreover, it's just upstairs and downstairs, so there's no need to worry about the noodles getting clumped together. The shopkeeper handed over a small circular number tag. "Scan here, pay, then wait a moment to pick up your order at the left window when your number is called." Wen Youning took the number tag and found a spot to sit under the umbrella outside. Looking back, the police car had already driven away. There were still traces of blood on the ground, left from when that man fell earlier. The scratches from the cat weren't too big, but they were quite dense, and there was a fair amount of bleeding. Meow. As the arm relaxed, the tabby cat jumped onto the chair from the side. Wen Youning rubbed the cat's head, her fingertips gently helping to smooth its fur downwards. Did good and evil return? Whoa! The tabby cat lay down on the spot, its paws pawing at Wen Youning's wrist as it rubbed against her. Is it just playing tricks? Wen Youning smiled as she raised her hand, the little tabby following her movements up and down. "Next time I go out, I'll bring you something to eat." Wen Youning pinched the little tabby's paw pads, and the claws hidden inside popped out with her thumb's pressure. Look, tabby cats can be considered the kings of wild cats, starting to sharpen their claws from a young age. Wen Youning relaxed her grip and the claws retracted again. The action of pressing and releasing gave a bit of the feel of a sword being drawn from its sheath. She waved the cat's paw in front of the live stream camera a few times. With these claws, catching mice or birds is a piece of cake. The tabby cat lay on its back, belly up, as Wen Youning gently swayed its body. Even with its paws being held, it showed no intention of using them against her. Can't tell at all that he was so fierce when attacking that man just now. Whether or not it catches mice is another story. Based on the actions the host just did, if I used that on my cat, I would already be on my way to get a rabies booster shot. Is this cat really not one that the host raised, let out for show effects? Stray cats are very alert. How could they let themselves be petted like this, especially a tabby? The little kitten's paw pads are also pink and so cute. The little tabby cat is lying at the edge of the sunshade, where the sunlight can reach its belly but not its eyes. Its tail occasionally lifts as it is stroked against the fur, making it squint comfortably with little purring sounds that never stop. Wen Youning's palm is resting on the little tabby cat's throat, and the vibrations can be clearly felt. The top-tier spicy rice noodles for number 17 are ready. My noodles are ready. When Youning finally rubbed the little tabby cat's ears, "You can sleep now, I'm leaving." The drowsy little tabby turned over, sitting at the table, her eyes fixed on Wen Youning's back without blinking for a moment. Wen Youning wanted the top configuration, with garnishes so plentiful that they couldn't fit in one box, so she used a separate box, adding soup ingredients for the rice noodles, and all the garnishes were deep-fried, which infused them with flavor after a simple soak. Doesn't it look particularly appetizing? Wen Youning lifted the rice noodles to her eyes, clearly seeing a thick layer of red chili oil floating on top. She couldn't wait to taste the flavor of these noodles. Wen Youning hurried a few steps home. There was no elevator here, and she climbed the stairs 2 steps at a time. Diddy. The fingerprint password lock scanned and passed. The moment the door opened a crack, a thin shadow rushed in like a beam of light. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, feeling that the person looked a bit familiar. She came in and closed the door behind her, looking at the tabby cat that had jumped onto the sofa. "Why did you come back with me?" The little tabby seemed carefree, but in reality, only in the instant of rushing in did it appear at ease. After entering, it became inexplicably reserved, squatting on the arm of the sofa, its front paws obediently placed in front of it, and even its tail nervously wrapped around itself. "Like." Wen Youning chuckled and said, "If you like it, you can stay here for a few days." Wait a few days? Is this even human language? Shouldn't it be taken in directly? How can you be so heartless? The little kitty is being so proactive. Why aren't you hurrying up to take it in? People who don't like cats can't bear to see this cat. In the live stream chat, people are crying out, and seeing that the host has no intention of adopting it, they have started trying to private message addresses for adoption. Wen Youning opened the plastic bag containing rice noodles and explained, "The abandonment rate of tabby cats is very high. If they are not raised alongside people from a young age, tabby cats that have gotten used to living in the wild find it hard to adapt to a domestic life. Of course, those that actively choose to come home with you will definitely need to be taken in and cared for. So it's not about whether I want to raise a little tabby. It's about whether it is willing to live with me. I can adapt. I swear I will never abandon it. If you let me raise it, I will take care of the little tabby until it is old. Who wouldn't like such a smart little cat?" Wen Youning said, "No, that's not what I meant." She adjusted the live stream angle to face herself and said, "What I mean is that the intelligence of a tabby cat is about the same as that of a border collie, and it might even be higher than that of a border collie. Border collies might look down on their owners for being dumb, but they will still follow their owners. But tabby cats are different. If they think you're dumb, they will really leave and abandon you. It's not that you abandon tabby cats." Bullet screen. "This anchor is really hurtful when they talk, hee. Haha, just kidding." When Youning paused and then said, "However, I heard that some very responsible tabby cats don't like the life of being domesticated. After they run away, they occasionally come back to check if you're still alive, confirming that you're doing well before they completely leave. If they see you are not doing well, they will even hunt for you to eat. You could say they are very responsible cats. I want to raise one, but I'm afraid it will dislike me, sob sob. The cat selected by our ancestors is indeed impressive. So let's talk about adoption later. It really depends on the little tabby's own willingness. Wen Youning stirred the rice noodles and the toppings evenly with chopsticks. For now, the little tabby will stay with me. She doesn't have any pets at home, so bringing a stray cat back won't raise concerns about transmitting any diseases to her pets. Just to be safe, we still need to take the little tabby to the pet hospital for vaccinations, and it's best to give her a bath as well. Wen Youning thought she still needs to buy some cat food. Now at home, besides the rice flour on her table, there isn't even a bit of leftover steamed bun. The little tabby cat is hunting outside to feed itself, but it can't even get a meal after finding a home. Where can this be reasoned out? Wen Youning is eating her flour, scrolling on her phone. Let me see how far the nearest pet hospital is. Over 300 meters. Not bad, just right to walk over after finishing the meal. Just consider it a way to digest after a meal. After all, funds are limited now, so we should save on transportation costs like taxi fares. Money should be spent wisely. The live streaming platform allows withdrawals only once a day. When buying rice noodles, Wen Youning withdrew over 300 from her account. Although there were gifts later, that money could only be withdrawn the next day. This is all the money I have right now. Meow. The tabby cat pawed at Wen Youning's leg, wanting to jump up but hesitated after its paws touched. Wen Youning was wearing a skirt, and if the tabby cat dug its claws in, it would leave a series of scratches on her leg. Want to come up? Wen Youning picked up the tabby cat and placed it on her lap. You can't eat this. I'll go buy you cat food later. The chili oil in the rice noodles had a strong odor, and cats have very sensitive noses. The tabby cat squinted its eyes from the smell without needing to get close, turned its head, and buried its face into Wen Youning's arms, shaking its ears as if it were about to sleep. With one hand I pet the cat, and with the other I pick up the pink food, occasionally taking a bite with the side dish. The fresh, fragrant, spicy soup permeates every strand of meat, fragrant but not dry. Taking a bite is incredibly satisfying. A bowl of noodles isn't much, but with the side dishes, it's just enough for a meal. Wen Youning finished eating the dishes inside, put down her chopsticks, glanced at the time and said, Today's live broadcast duration has already exceeded the limit, so I will end the stream now. Tomorrow will be at the same time. Don't miss it. Goodbye. This time it really has snowed. I still need to go to the pet hospital before it closes. Before the barrage of comments in the live stream even started, Wen Youning pointed with her fingertip and directly closed the live stream. The little tabby cat has already fallen asleep, curled up on her lap, sleeping very soundly. Wen Youning gently pinched the little cat's ears, but the little guy just twitched its paws and showed no signs of waking up, so she decided not to wake it. Let's go, I'll take you to the hospital. Thankfully, it's a kitten. If it were an adult tabby cat, carrying it all the way would be quite a burden on my arms. The place where Wen Youning lives is not in a commercial district, but there are various shops around, and the community facilities are quite adequate. The pet store she searched for on the navigation is also a retail store, not very large, but it can solve quite a few pet problems as advertised in the description. Hello. Wen Youning pushed the door open and found the pet store empty. Wen Youning instinctively glanced at the business hours hanging at the door. It wasn't closing time yet. The light in the room is on, but how come there isn't a single person? Is anyone there? Wen Youning took a few steps inside, wanting to see if someone was by the shelves. Though no one was in sight, there was faintly some conversation coming from within. Dr. Zhang, press it for a moment while I put on the bite block. Hey, be careful with your hands. Quick tranquilizer. At the same time, mixed with a clear inner voice saying, it hurts, it really hurts. The ramblings of a little dog in pain. The little tabby cat also pricked up its ears to listen to the sound. Wen Youning walked in following the sound. In the main courtyard room on the inner side of the first floor, a soft blanket was laid on the ground. An adult Samoyed was lying on it receiving an IV drip at this moment. Due to the pain, it was rolling and struggling on the ground, howling nonstop. Dr. Zhang is at the innermost part, surrounded by assisting nurses and doctors who have formed a circle around the Samoyed. A young woman is kneeling on one knee, reaching out to try to hold the Samoyed, but the Samoyed in pain struggles with too much strength, and she fails to grasp it several times. Seeing her beloved pet, which she had taken care of so diligently, in such pain made the woman's eyes red with anxiety. What's going on? Didn't you say it was just a slight cold? Why is Hanny in so much pain? As the first doctor to take over the Samoyed, Dr. Zhang was also flustered. He crouched down to check the pupils. It really is just a cold and a minor fracture. We never touched its injured area the whole time, so logically it shouldn't be in such pain. You've seen the examination report too. The basic indicators are all clearly stated there. The girl exclaimed, "What's going on? So what happened exactly?" The doctor was sweating profusely and had already removed the fixed tape. "Ms. Liu, don't worry. There are many reasons for this situation. It could be due to an internal organ issue, gallstones, pain, or even rabies. To determine the exact cause, we need to conduct a full-body examination. First, a blood draw, then a CT scan to confirm the lesions. Please go to the front desk to find a nurse to get a payment slip. I'll handle things here." Ms. Liu listened to the series of examination, her brows furrowed. Dr. Zhang didn't explain much, turned around and picked up a carprofen injection from the nurse's tray. "I'll give it an injection for the pain first. It's set." "Ow!" The Samoyed that was pinned down could only move its head. It tilted its head back and howled even louder. "My tail hurts, ah." When Wen Youning just walked in, she heard the Samoyed's heart crying about its tail. She paused, looked down, and saw the edge of a rolled-up mat being pressed down by the doctor's shoe, inside of which was a dog's tail. As Dr. Zhang was about to inject the painkiller after holding the Samoyed's paw, Wen Youning quickly spoke up to stop him. "Wait a moment." The air in the ward had become tense due to the Samoyed's cries, and the nervous atmosphere was interrupted by Wen Youning's sudden shout, causing Dr. Zhang, who was squatting in front, to tremble slightly. Seeing so many people come to help, Dr. Zhang impatiently said, "Non-essential personnel, please leave. Don't crowd in here." Instead of retreating, Wen Youning stepped forward, squeezed through the gap in the wall of people, and directly said without waiting for Dr. Zhang to ask people to leave, "It's not sick." The doctor made it yelp by stepping on its tail. Dr. Zhang impatiently clicked his tongue and said, "What tail? Who are you? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense, just making a mess here." After a pause, his voice, filled with exasperation, rose to a high pitch and then slowly faded. "Tail, tail." Ms. Liu was taken aback for a moment. Her gaze gradually lowered and she saw a tuft of fur tucked in the carpet. Dr. Zhang clearly noticed as well. Amid the Samoyed's yelps and wriggles, Dr. Zhang quickly lifted his foot. The rolled-up carpet lost its support and suddenly spread open, with the dog's tail lying motionless inside. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the Samoyed's woo-woo, and the exchanged glances among people inevitably felt a bit awkward. While holding the Samoyed's hand, I unconsciously let go. People usually act very busy when they are embarrassed, scratching their heads and rubbing their noses, yet not a single doctor or nurse spoke first. The Samoyed, back to freedom, wagged its tail twice and raised it up. It tried hard to curl up and lick its flat tail, glaring angrily at the doctor with its eyes and saying, "Woof! Why didn't you step on the dog?" The agitated Samoyed rolled around on the carpet while calling out, "Woof, woof, 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 ah. Bad person, you still want to poke Wang, bad person. You're the one who's sick. Wang is doing well. Wang." Even if I can't understand dog barks, I vaguely feel that they are cursing very badly. Dr. Zhang tightened his grip on the syringe, glanced at Wen Youning, turned his head and smiled. It's good if nothing happened. When he suddenly barked while I was wearing a mouth cover, I was quite flustered and didn't even notice when I accidentally stepped on it. He chuckled awkwardly. The barking got louder. Didn't that just make me more anxious? The Samoyed rolled its eyes at him, turned to lick its own tail, and then continued to glare at him. Did the strange dog scare you? Wen Youning pouted. The Samoyed hadn't even put on its muzzle yet, and it was barking so fiercely without biting anyone, which was enough to show that it was a gentle and temperamentally good little angel dog. When you step on its tail, while kneeling on one knee with all your weight on your toes, if you are stepped on like this, you would bark too. This has nothing to do with you. Unrelated personnel, please leave the scene, okay? Dr. Zhang frowned, his words filled with impatience, yet he couldn't express it too harshly due to his identity as a doctor. All right, Ms. Lu stood up to separate Dr. Zhang and the Samoyed, correcting the dog's leash and calmly said, "Withdraw the card. She will not come to this pet hospital again in the future. Even if it's right under the building where I live, it's very convenient to do things." But just now, stepping on a tail, without knowing exactly what the problem was, after so many tests, she still didn't know what was going on. That's really foolish. Small animals can't speak. Even when a child is sick and feels bad, they can say where it hurts, but small animals can't. As a parent, you can only listen to what the pet doctor says. If you're lucky enough to encounter a good doctor, everything will be fine. If you're slightly unfortunate, they might just seek profit, over-medicate and over-treat to make some money. If they manage to get the dog better, that's good, but it's worrisome to encounter those who seek profit without using proper medicine, making things worse just to make money. Ms. Lu silently leashed her dog. She no longer wanted to argue about what kind of doctor was in front of her. Anyway, she didn't dare to stay and look at this anymore. Dr. Zhang hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Please wait a moment, Ms. Lu. We are already preparing for the surgery. We can handle Hanny's current situation and you don't need to transfer him to another hospital. Moreover, there are no professionals to assist during a transfer and emergencies could arise midway, potentially leading to death. Setting aside my earlier mistake, for Hanny's sake, you should not leave at this time. Ms. Lu, I don't believe that a hospital that can't even recognize simple ailments can perform surgery on my Hanny. Just refund the remaining money in my card to the membership account, and please do not contact me again. Hanny, let's go." Woof! The Samoyed stood up, its left hind leg barely touching the ground, and as it walked it seemed. "Ms. Lu is not Miss Lu, Miss Lu, let me tell you." Dr. Zhang came out and passed by, glaring at Wen Youning without any disguise. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this incident caused the hospital to lose a big client. Just now the Samoyed was barking so pitifully. It seemed that everyone in this pet hospital, including the cashier, was present, and it was clear that this Samoyed had spent a lot of money here. There was no one inside, so Wen Youning naturally followed them out. Dr. Zhang was still trying to persuade Ms. Lu, and the Samoyed remembered being stepped on the tail just now, working hard to show its teeth threateningly at Dr. Zhang. "Don't waste your breath with me. My only demand right now is for a refund, do you understand? I don't want to hear anything else." Ms. Lu, annoyed by the incessant chatter, firmly rejected Dr. Zhang's cordial overtures. "It's okay, you are just upset right now. When you've calmed down, I will explain everything to you properly." Dr. Zhang maintained a smile throughout, appearing gentle, cultured, and polite. But when he turned to see Wen Youning coming out, the smile he had began to falter. "Dr. Zhang, is there something you need?" "Well, don't even say you, not even you is left." Wen Youning just didn't have all the things at home. She came out temporarily to get the vaccine. And when she has money, she will buy everything online. No need to go to the pet hospital. She wouldn't have much contact with the doctor. She didn't mind this. She just wanted to finish the vaccination for the cat and leave. "I'm here to give the cat the vaccine." Vaccines are regulated by authorities. Leaving aside the doctor's medical skills at a legitimate animal hospital, vaccine counterfeiting is at its peak. There's only this one pet hospital nearby. The vaccine is fine, but the doctor is. At most, she would buy the vaccine and do it herself at home. Dr. Zhang raised his chin towards the front desk cashier. Give me the vaccine list. A piece of paper was handed out from inside. After Dr. Zhang signed his name, he directly handed it to Wen Youning. Disclaimer, please sign. Vaccines are for disease prevention, but there's no guarantee that there won't be any unexpected incidents after injection. The risk is very low, but it is definitely not zero. Some hospitals will have parents sign in advance. Wen Youning glanced at it, and under the disclaimer, there was a stapled sheet listing the specific name of the vaccine and the company. At the very end, $7,500. Seeing this price, my vision darkened. Just bet on this. Many vaccines cost dozens or hundreds. Charging $7,500 for a shot is too much, right? Dr. Zhang said, the vaccines we have here are the best among all categories, imported from top-tier sources, unlike those small workshops where you get vaccinated elsewhere. Wen Youning closed the list. We won't be giving the cat the feline AIDS, feline infectious peritonitis, or chlamydia vaccines. Just how much is the cat tri-vaccine and rabies? Moreover, to finish so many injections in one day, let alone a small cat, even a human would end up feeling like a giant. Dr. Zhang clearly wasn't hearing this request for the first time, not surprised at all. Calmly, he said, the package cannot be split. You can buy it and then choose which vaccines not to administer. The vaccines that are not given won't be refunded either. Dr. Zhang, don't be deceived by the number of types. It may seem excessive, but once these diseases manifest, your cat will be gone. They are all very important. Wen Youning originally didn't want to bother, but this doctor had even started promoting it, saying, after a cat gets the feline AIDS vaccine, it will keep testing positive for feline AIDS, making it impossible to differentiate between an infection and the vaccine's effectiveness. Feline infectious peritonitis is caused by a mutated coronavirus infection, and there's no way to trace the mutation. Where do you think the vaccine comes from? Wen Youning was slowly grooming the little tabby cat but didn't hesitate to expose the truth, saying, if you really had a vaccine for feline infectious peritonitis, would you still be working as a veterinarian here? Dr. Zhang opened his mouth and seeing that Wen Youning was speaking so in detail, could roughly guess she was in the same profession. His face instantly darkened. Just as he was about to call security to kick her out, Ms. Lu at the front desk, who was returning her card, suddenly turned around and asked, are you also a pet doctor? Wen Youning nodded, yes. After a pause, she added, I guess so. After all, there is still no evidence, so it's better to speak cautiously. Can you help me take a look at Hanny's hind leg? Ms. Lu patted the Samoyed's back. It played with the neighborhood dogs yesterday and accidentally rolled down the steps. At the time, I didn't notice any problem, but when I got home, I noticed it was unwilling to put weight on its hind leg. After taking an x-ray, Dr. Zhang said it was broken and would need surgery. I made the appointment yesterday. Today is when the surgery was supposed to happen. If it weren't for what happened earlier, Hanny should have already been taken into the operating room by now. Dr. Zhang is still trying to rush people, as if to do business in his hospital. Is this not good, Ms. Lu? Ms. Lu replied harshly, is it enough if I report you for overtreatment? I've spent at least over 100,000 here, right? For stray animal medical assistance, cat food, dog food, canned food, have I not paid every time you promoted charitable giving? Is it not good standing here talking to others? Dr. Zhang knew he was in the wrong. That's not what I meant. Ms. Lu ignored him and turned her gaze back to Wen Youning. Is that okay? Wen Youning said, I do not have a practicing veterinarian qualification certificate. I need to tell you this in advance. She took the exam, but the results have not come out yet. Mrs. Lu thought Wen Youning looked very young, wondering if she might still be an undergraduate student. Since she spoke very professionally about vaccines just now, she chose to believe her, but was still concerned about whether there would be any issues after just looking at the X-ray. Of course, thank you for your trouble. Mrs. Lu held a bag filled with many items, all of which were examination reports. She took out the X-ray film inside and handed it over. Is the fracture serious? Wen Youning fell silent as she looked at the film. Seeing this, Ms. Lu couldn't help but tense up, fearing the doctor wouldn't say anything about the examination results. Is it very serious? It makes sense. Those stairs are so high, at least 2 stories high. There's no fracture. Wen Youning's fingertip traced across the film from top to bottom. There's nothing wrong. Ms. Lu. Dr. Zhang was anxious. Don't say anything reckless. Ms. Lu was so angry her eyes turned red, pointing at Dr. Zhang's nose and shouting, I want to file a complaint against you. No fracture, no, there's no fracture. If they go into surgery and get anesthesia, who knows how this doctor will treat them? Even if they don't perform the surgery, it will still be quite a hassle. She doesn't even have a veterinary license. Can she understand the X-rays? Dr. Zhang was sweating profusely, but the situation in front of him clearly did not allow him to brush it off. If this was accepted, the hospital would be finished. Dr. Zhang could only force himself to remain calm. Please calm down. Do not blindly trust an unprofessional layperson. This is an insult to the veterinary profession. I can't calm down. If Hanny's treatment is delayed because of you, I won't let you go. Ms. Lu was trembling inside, not because she was worried about the money spent, but completely out of fear. She almost handed Hanny over to a dangerous person. Dr. Zhang's face turned pale. Lu. The Samoyed sensed its owner's mood and raised its head, bringing its head to Ms. Lu's hand, baring its teeth at Dr. Zhang. Wen Youning said, Don't worry, it's not a big problem, look here. She pointed at the paw of the Samoyed. Something is stuck inside. It's hurting its foot when walking. That's why it doesn't dare to step down. Once it's pulled out, it will be fine. Really, Ms. Lu's mood today was as unpredictable as a roller coaster. Dr. Zhang had seen the X-rays, so he knew what was going on. However, the hospital had quotas, and considering his commission, he chose to go with surgery. He wasn't really planning to do much, just make a small incision on the leg and stitch it up for show. In the end, it would just be a matter of removing the object. It was originally a minor issue and shouldn't cause any problems. Now that Wen Youning had figured it all out, he certainly couldn't do anything else, but he didn't want to lose such a big client, so he actively offered, I can help. Ms. Lu turned around and said, Get lost, shut your mouth. Dr. Zhang paused, cleared his throat, and looked at the receptionist at the front desk, who, upon making eye contact, silently lowered her head. Wen Youning asked, Do you have tweezers? Yes. Ms. Lu responded, rummaging through her bag, wiped it with an alcohol swab before handing it over. Is this okay? I use it for picking small insects. When going out to play, Hanny likes to roll around in areas with a lot of grass. As a result, she often gets dirty with things like insects. For a white dog, these things are the most noticeable. Sometimes when I see them, I take them out to avoid collecting too many and causing trouble when I get back home, so I carry tools with me. That's fine. Do you need anything else? Mrs. Lu had limited tools, but if she spoke up, the nearby doctor would surely be more than willing to help out. No need. When Youning placed the little tabby cat on her shoulder, sit tight, be careful not to fall. Meow. The little tabby tilted her head and rubbed against her. Wen Youning squatted in front of the Samoyed, rubbing the dog's head. The Samoyed was happily wagging its tail, tongue hanging out to the side, leaning in to sniff the little cat. The little tabby squinted her eyes and gave a swipe with her paw. Huh! The beaten Samoyed licked its nose and continued to foolishly laugh. The little tabby cat was also playing with the Samoyed, and its claws left not a single mark. Wen Youning grabbed the Samoyed's paw with one hand and held tweezers in the other, moving quickly without any warning, pinching and pulling. The goofy Samoyed froze, originally panting with its tongue out, and in an instant its sound stopped. Aowu! The Samoyed, who realized what had happened too late, threw its head back and gave a loud bark. Ao, it hurts, it hurts. Wen Youning took out the bloodied, unidentified object and placed it on a tissue, saying, "It doesn't hurt, you try it." "It hurts." The Samoyed doesn't believe it, but when its paw is put on the ground, it instinctively wants to stand up. Huh, the Samoyed's eyes lit up all of a sudden. It really doesn't hurt anymore. After being on tiptoe for too long, the Samoyed couldn't wait to start spinning around on the ground as soon as it recovered. Awu, awu. In his excitement, he threw his head back and howled, singing a song to express his current mood. Ms. Lu's previously anxious mood was also lightened by its howl, resulting in a playful love tap on the back of its head. Woo, the Samoyed immediately quieted down. Ms. Lu asked, holding up the thing that looked like a thorn, "What is this?" Wen Youning said, "It looks like a chicken bone. Rinse it with saline when you get home, and if you're worried, just apply some anti-inflammatory ointment. The kind that costs 2 yuan at the pharmacy will do." "Chicken bone? How could there be a chicken bone?" Ms. Lu murmured softly. "Awu," the Samoyed wagged its tail. "It's all the silly dog's fault. The spoils of war." Wen Youning curled her lips, stolen. "Huh, what?" Ms. Lu was lost in her own thoughts and didn't react for a moment. "Oh," the Samoyed suddenly lifted its head. Wen Youning said, "It snatched it from another dog and was chased by that dog, but it couldn't catch up." The Samoyed wagged its tail, proudly saying, "Woof woof. The silly dog that doesn't bark runs fast." "Is it rolling quickly?" Wen Youning said with a smile. "When your dog chased you, it rolled down the steps and couldn't catch up." "Woof woof woof." The Samoyed jumped up and barked in protest. Ms. Lu listened in a daze, but, recalling the situation at that time, it seemed there was a husky playing with Hanny. Was it competing for chicken? "Hey, wait a minute. How do you know?" Ms. Lu looked confused. She herself did not know the details, so naturally she couldn't have told anyone else. "So how did Wen Youning know when we first met?" Wen Youning narrowed her eyes and said slyly, "If I say I can hear the hearts of small animals, then the things that just happened were what Honey was thinking inside." Is that so?" Ms. Lu laughed at this explanation. After all, they lived in the same community, and it was possible that Honey was seen playing with the husky. There were so many people in the square that she might not have noticed Wen Youning. "Cut," Dr. Zhang scoffed disdainfully, the sarcasm evident. Ms. Lu glanced at him. "Seeing money fly away makes you feel uncomfortable, right?" Seeing that Dr. Zhang was unpleasant, she decided to go back and gather evidence to expose it, not allowing such a trashy hospital to continue to exist. In the hospital, even for removing a chicken bone, they would first take an X-ray, draw blood for examination, wash the paws, disinfect, and finally remove its subsequent medication. Is also a considerable expense. Wen Youning solved it in less than 3 seconds. Thinking of this, Ms. Lu felt a wave of lingering fear in her heart. "Thank you so much for today's incident. If it weren't for you, sigh." Ms. Lu didn't know how to continue the conversation. Ms. Lu thought for a moment and took out her phone. "Let's exchange contact information. I'll pay you the consultation fee so I can ask you if Hanny encounters any problems in the future. By the way, I still don't know your name. I'm Lu Nguyen." Wen Youning, "You can forget about the consultation fee. It was just pulling out a bone. The tweezers are all Ms. Lu's own. Wen Youning only helped to pull it out, so discussing a consultation fee is inappropriate." She added him as a friend and said with a smile, "After suffering so much, let's go eat something good to make up for it." Samoyed woof woof. Wen Youning put away her phone, looked around and glanced at the cat food brand over there. I've never seen those before, so I guess I'll pass." Lu Nguyen noticed her gaze and asked, "Do you want to buy cat food?" Only then did she notice the little cat in Wen Youning's arms. "I also have cats at home, and I have food suitable for kittens. How about I get you a few packs?" The temperature-uncontrolled Yuing refused, and Lu Nuan continued, "Except for this store, there are no pet supplies nearby. The cat food here isn't much better than what you find in supermarkets. I wouldn't dare buy it. Would you dare feed it to your cat?" Dr. Zhang, who had been pointed out again, had already gotten used to keeping silent, fearing that Lu Nuan would complain again, and making things worse would not be beneficial to him. He just swallowed this silent loss. Wen Youning thought about it too. "Then I'm sorry to bother you." "It's not a bother, I should be thanking you instead." Lu Nuan walked over to open the door. "Come on, my house is nearby." She warmly greeted Wen Youning to walk together. Dr. Zhang followed to the door. "Ms. Lu, come again when you have time. There was a misunderstanding today. It would be fine to clear things up in person." Lu Nuan didn't acknowledge him at all, chatting with Wen Youning as she walked. "Did you pick up this cat? I've seen a kitten that looks a lot like it outside, right at the rice noodle shop at the door." "That's the one. It came home with me, so I've kept it for a few days." If the little tabby wanted to run outside, Wen Youning wouldn't stop it either. Lu Nuan said, "Oh," and added, "I also wanted to take it home to raise it. I thought it was too small and would not survive in the wild, but it wouldn't follow me." While speaking, she reached out to pet the kitten. The little tabby shrank its head back, while the dog stealthily climbed from Wen Youning's shoulder to the other side. "Politely declined, Meow Tilda." Lu Nuan reached out but found nothing, feeling both helpless and amused. "Why is it like this?" She pointed at the little tabby cat's tail. "I even fed you cat food, you little rascal." Wen Youning took the little cat off her shoulder and thought for a moment, saying, "I'll return the little tabby first before going to find you for cat food." After all, it is a feral cat. Since Lu Nuan has a cat at home, it's better not to have contact for safety's sake. Lu Nuan said, "Well, that's fine. I'm just going to the pharmacy to buy some ointment. I'll wait for you in the little garden below Building 3. Otherwise, she would have to come down again to buy medicine later, so it would be more convenient to buy everything at once and go back." Wen Youning nodded, "Okay." The sky gradually darkened. After entering summer, it gets dark later and later. There is still light in the sky at around 7. When Wen Youning came out, she changed her clothes. She originally wanted to wear the one that had been disinfected but found that at home there was only 84 disinfectant. Unable to disinfect it and to avoid carrying germs on herself, she simply changed her clothes. At this time, many nearby residents come out for a walk after dinner. The place with the most people is the square in the community, followed by the small garden. Lu Nuan leaned against a big tree, tossing small snacks to the Samoyed. The wound on its paw was still there, but nothing was stuck in it, and it didn't seem to hurt much when it stepped. The Samoyed evidently had recovered its appetite, hopping and eating happily. Looking up, Lu Nuan saw Wen Youning and picked up the dog leash, saying, "Let's go, my home is in this building, it's very close." She took the lead and the Samoyed rushed ahead into the familiar corridor. Lu Nuan said, "I have several brands of cat food at home, basically all the popular and well-known big brands sold online, as well as some handmade meat food recommended by bloggers. I particularly love stockpiling, especially cat food, dog food, canned pet food, and pet snacks. I have a whole wall dedicated to these." Click. Opening the door, Lu Nuan stepped aside and said, "Please come in." Wen Youning was about to step forward, but after seeing the environment in the room, she was taken aback. "Your home is a seaside view, huh?" "No, there isn't even a river nearby. How could there be a sea?" As she spoke, Lu Nuan turned her head and saw a layer of water accumulated on the marble floor, not high enough to cover her shoes, but still at least 3 to 5 centimeters. Lu Nuan. I dare not open my eyes, hoping it's just my imagination. "Haha, happy." Lu Nuan's gentle voice was a bit sharper. I didn't see a cat respond by running over. Instead, a blue plastic basin swayed and drifted out of the living room in the flowing water, carrying a beautiful and exquisite ragdoll cat inside. The ragdoll cat obviously didn't know what was happening, staring with a pair of azure blue eyes, looking very innocent. Wen Youning, Lu Nguyen. Meow, the ragdoll cat tilted its head. There was no time to save the drifting kitten. Lu Nguyen dashed in, running through the water into the kitchen, and turned off the faucet that was gushing water. Then opened the floor drains in the kitchen and bathroom at home. Every little bit helps. Fortunately, the small animals at home had previous issues, so during the renovation, Lu Nguyen directly did waterproofing for the whole house. Although the price was high, it could save the apartment downstairs in case of any problems. Otherwise, the apartment downstairs would have turned into a water curtain cave by now. The Samoyed thought it was playtime. Dogs naturally love water. Seeing this, it let out a bark and jumped in, its paws making splashing sounds on the water. "Honey, come back." When Youning reached out to scoop it up, "Don't let your paws soak in the water." "What?" The Samoyed turned around, and when Youning directly picked it up and placed it on the chair. This Samoyed is quite hefty. With fur covering it, it's hard to tell how fat it is. Once I picked it up, Wen Youning nearly threw out her back. After placing the Samoyed down, Wen Youning said, "Just sit here and don't move, or else your paws will hurt again." Maybe Wen Youning's words reminded Hanny of the fear dominated by chicken bones, and for a moment she really didn't jump down to continue playing in the water. Wen Youning rolled up her sleeves, picked up the empty basin that had floated to her eyes, and helped scoop up water. It must be ha-ha again. At Lu Nguyen's house, all the tools that could be used were brought out, and various water-absorbing things were thrown on the ground, visibly soaking up the water. She complained, "Look at Ha-Ha's expression. It's always like this every time he makes a mistake. I'm going to deduct your snack allowance for a month. Let's see if you dare to do it again next time." Following Lu Nguyen's finger, Wen Youning found a Maine Coon cat squatting on the back of the sofa. Maine Coon cats are quite large, with drooping ears that give them a timid and honest appearance, looking just like a poor little thing afraid of being punished for doing something wrong. The word timid is practically written on its face. The culprit is confessing at the scene of the crime. "Is this Maine Coon haha?" "Yes," Lu Nguyen said, "ragdoll cats are happy." "Then let's give the little snacks to the one who is happy." Wen Youning put down the bowl, listening to the murmurs of the ragdoll cat. "The Maine Coon is just scared of water. It's not because it did something wrong. The faucet is turned on by the ragdoll cat. Give her the snacks." "Meow." The ragdoll cat, who was originally playing in the water bowl, raised its head and meowed loudly upon hearing this. "It's not the cat's doing. Even if it is the cat's doing, it won't admit it." The voices and the words spoken by the little cat resonated simultaneously. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. "Just because you won't admit it doesn't mean it wasn't you." "Ragdoll cat meow." "So what, humans don't know it's meowing?" "Meow." The ragdoll cat opened its eyes wide as if hearing something unbelievable. It looked at this strange human. "Can you hear?" Wen Youning squinted her eyes, curled her fingertips, and gently tapped the kitten's head with her knuckles, saying, "Yes, I can hear what you're thinking, little rascal. If you did something bad, you must take responsibility for it." "Meow." "Spicy ball. This human is being tricky." "It's okay, the weird camera can't capture the cat. The cat covered it with a cloth." Wen Youning is so happy, pointing at the plush cat. "It's her fault, punish her." She even blocked the surveillance camera with something and gave all her snacks to Ha-Ha. "Meow," the Maine Coon's voice rose. "The sky is vast and humanity is great. Woo, you really are a good human." Obviously, the Maine Coon has been blamed more than once. Woo, the ragdoll tried to resist, but before it could lift its paw, Wen Youning had already pulled her hand back. leaving its paw to slap at nothing, and it angrily scratched the pot. Lu Nuan was taken aback listening beside them. It felt a bit strange, but they seemed to be having a seamless conversation, and Lu Nuan's lips moved, not knowing how to join in this lively exchange. At this moment, it seemed she realized again what Wen Youning had said earlier about understanding the voices of animals. "Can you really understand the hearts of animals?" Lu Nuan said in surprise. If the previous just happened to see could explain this, then who opened the water pipe and the matter regarding the surveillance camera? Wen Youning had been standing at the door since she came in and hadn't entered the kitchen. She can't possibly be guessing that there were cameras set up in the kitchen. Surprised, Lu Nuan cautiously walked into the kitchen, and sure enough, she raised her head and noticed the towel hanging on a camera that she hadn't seen before up high. "What?" Lu Nuan exclaimed. Wen Youning was really right. When all impossibilities become possibilities, the least likely guess is instead the most correct answer. Wen Youning smiled. "Of course, I'll share the live stream room with you later. It's specifically for diagnosing small animals." Lu Nuan's mouth opened and closed, feeling that her worldview had been seriously impacted. Listening to the voices of animals, surprisingly, I can really hear them. Lu Nuan, I'll follow right away. Indeed, there are still many things in this world that they don't know, just like ghosts and metaphysics, Taoism and Buddhism. Many things are beyond normal logic to explain. Lu Nuan's mind was filled with thoughts of how amazing and incredible Wen Youning is, and also, I was so lucky to be able to meet her. "Wait a moment, I'll go get you some cat food." When Lu Nuan ran into the room, her mouth was grinning. A wall of shelves, the water only touched the bottom bag of cat food, the ones above were dry. Although the bags of cat food are waterproof and can handle getting splashed with a little water if unopened, Lu Nuan still took the small packages that hadn't been wet and some various snacks and main course cans. Wen Youning heard the noise inside, walked in, and indeed saw Lu Nuan packing a big bag. "No need to take too much, just a temporary measure for today. I'll go buy ingredients to make cat food tomorrow." "Do it yourself?" "Yeah, Wen Youning is currently handling her business and she needs to consider her own wallet first. Moreover, compared to cat food, homemade cat meals have their advantages. Doing it yourself is more convenient. You can freeze it after making it, and it can last a long time." Lu Nuan also became interested upon hearing this. She had seen tutorials online before, but at that time she hadn't thought of trying it herself and just bought ready-made products. However, now, hearing the same words from Wen Youning, she suddenly feels a strange urge to try it herself. "Is there a tutorial? Can you teach me?" Wen Youning said, "I don't have a tutorial for now, but I plan to stream the cooking tomorrow." "Okay, then I'll keep watch for you during the live stream tomorrow," Lu Nuan said as she continued to stuff things into a bag until it was full. "Here, take these back. If it's not enough, let me know." Wen Youning took out her phone. "How much is it? I'll transfer it to you." "Hey, you didn't even charge me for the consultation fee. Why would I take money for a little pet food? I normally stockpile this stuff and use it to feed little strays. Just consider it a gift for the little tabby. You don't need to pay." Lu Nuan stuffed the bag into Wen Youning's arms. "The little tabby is still at home waiting for you with an empty stomach, so hurry back." But the bag is too big, and Wen Youning has to tilt her head to show her face from the side. Lu Nuan exclaimed, pressing down on the cat food to prevent her from rejecting it. "There are no buts. If it weren't for you, I would have spent a fortune today at that pet hospital, and Hanny would have had to suffer too. I still feel like this little bit of cat treats is not enough. If you refuse again, I really won't know what to do." Just thinking about the expenses at that pet hospital before gives Lu Nuan a headache. She is afraid that she might be treated like a fat pig being slaughtered. The fees at that pet hospital have always been high, and there may not be just one fat pig. Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, All right, consider it as your prepaid consultation fee. Feel free to contact me anytime if you have any questions about your pet. I'm leaving now. Lu Nguyen smiled radiantly and said, "Be careful on the road." Meow Tilda, after years of taking the blame, the Maine Coon cat, finally cleared of its grievances, meowed in a super cute way. Like Tilda. Come again next time. The Samoyed happily wags its tail. Both fluffy ones really like warm grapefruit lemon, but only. The ragdoll cat stubbornly turned its back, meow. HMPH. I hate human beings who lack a sense of boundaries. I hate it. Wen Youning returned home, and the sky was completely dark. Meow Tilda, the small tabby cat waiting at the door, sat on the shoe cabinet, tilting its head and reaching out its paw to paw at the doorknob. I'm back. Wen Youning picked up the small tabby cat and walked into the kitchen. There are no bowls for small animals at home, so you'll have to make do with a plate for now. Before leaving, she filled a deep bowl with water on the floor, and the markings on it clearly showed a noticeable decrease. Wen Youning opened the cat food and poured it into a plate. Let's eat first. The little tabby cat has only drunk a bit of water since it got attached to Wen Youning, and it was hungry. The quality of the cat food is very good. You can smell a strong meat flavor as soon as you open the bag. The little one circled around the cat food bowl twice, scratched at the ground back and forth a few times with its front paws, and then finally lowered its head to grab the cat food, crunching catcha as it started to eat. After many twists and turns, the little tabby cat finally managed to have a meal. Wen Youning stretched lazily. We still need a cat litter box. These things can actually be bought at a pet hospital, and no matter how poor the quality, it won't be too bad since they are visible items. It's just the price. According to that pet hospital's price list, a cat toilet that costs around $30 or $40 online won't be less than a few hundred there, not including cat litter. I just happen to be planning to go to the market tomorrow. It's quite far away. There is a pet supply store in the market, so I will gather all the things I need then. As for tonight, Wen Youning rummaged through the house, using unwanted blankets or thick clothes. Anything absorbent would do. However, she couldn't find any clothes but instead found a bag of absorbent pads in the cabinet of the storage room. The packaging was still stained with solidified dirt, which should have been used for gardening. There are no flowers at home. They may have all died. The unused absorbent mats are just thrown in the corner collecting dust. Just what I need. Wen Youning took out all the absorbent mats inside, spreading them out to a thickness of about 3 to 4 centimeters, leaning against the wall in the corner. The toilet area is ready. Come get familiar with it and soak up some scent. The little tabby cat finished eating and was lying on the ground licking its fur, its tongue still out as it was suddenly picked up by someone. Its paws stepped on the unfamiliar, somewhat soft mat, and its nose sniffed it back and forth. Wen Youning rubbed the little cat's head and said, "Good, after tonight I'll upgrade your bathroom to a luxury one, and buy you a super large one where you can run around in circles." It is very difficult for small animals to use the toilet in a designated spot. Some pet animals require training from professionals to achieve this. But Wen Youning is different. She doesn't need to repeat herself over and over again. Just saying it once is enough. Communicating without barriers with small animals is Wen Youning's advantage. The little tabby meowed obediently. After a long day, Wen Youning thought about having to wake up early tomorrow, so she stifled a yawn and returned to her room. After washing up casually and drying her hair, she nestled onto the bed, wrapped in a thin blanket in the air-conditioned room, letting out a comfortable sigh. "Good night, little one." The little tabby, who hadn't taken a bath yet, was cruelly deprived of the right to get on the bed. Lying outside the bedroom door, it pressed close to the crack and let out a low response, "Meow." The next day, the morning light is faint. The temperature in the summer morning is the most comfortable of the day, and even wearing thin short sleeves feels slightly cool. People jogging on the road come one after another. The freshest vegetables in the city are at the morning market. Wen Youning came out this time specifically with a phone holder, looking a bit more professional. Is this the sunlight at 6 in the morning? I haven't seen it in a long time. Can anyone tell me why there is a vibrating alarm-like ringtone that comes out especially after the broadcast starts? Good morning, are you going for a run? Wen Youning is wearing a watch of the same brand as her phone, so she doesn't need to tilt her head to look at her phone. The live broadcast assistant automatically displays scrolling comments. Yes, today I'm planning to go to a farther market to buy ingredients for cat food, and also to get some exercise. She also specifically brought a large shopping bag. Before going out this morning, Wen Youning withdrew the money from her backend, and it has already been credited to her account. The money she withdrew this time was sufficient for her expenses for the whole day after taxes, but looking at such beautiful sunshine in the early morning, Wen Youning decided not to take a taxi. Run there, when coming back it will be hot, so we can take the car. The location of the vegetable market is far from the city center, and most of the larger wholesale vegetable markets are over there. Wen Youning asked, does anyone want to connect? Fans who have given gifts of equal value to paid connections or higher level gifts can apply for a connection. There was no one on the paid call, but many people sent gifts to Wen Youning yesterday. Perhaps it's too early now. Students are attending school, workers are at work, and night owls have only just fallen asleep. Aside from a few scattered comments, no one wants to join the call. Alright, just let me know if anyone wants to join the call. Wen Youning is not in a hurry. Having money gives her the confidence to take it slow. While passing by a street vendor, I took a moment to stop and buy a bao. Even from a distance where I couldn't see the bao stand, I could smell the aroma of the bao. With one bite, the soft bao skin soaked in the juice from the meat filling was fragrant even without biting into the meat. This bao is quite good. Wen Youning didn't continue running after breakfast and changed to walking. Look, there are so many places selling breakfast on this street. Many students in school uniforms and office workers are lining up. Wen Youning turned in a circle with a selfie stick, holding it at a low angle to avoid capturing pedestrians' faces. The lens swept over the nearby alley, where someone was squatting in front of the stairs holding a small kitten. It looked no bigger than a palm, and its fur was sparse, as if it had just been born a few days ago. The boy holding the kitten looked very young and was still wearing a school uniform. Wen Youning walked over and heard the boy say, "Here you go, isn't it time for feeding? It has been calling out, why aren't you taking care of it?" The kitten still hadn't opened its eyes, only knowing to meow Mimi, and the tiny sound seemed very vigorous, not like it was starving. The boy was trying hard to pass the kitten forward. On the steps, an orange cat sat there in confusion, looking at the kitten below, lowering its head and then raising it again. The boy looked into the orange cat's eyes and urged, "Don't just stare, feed it. It's hungry. Look at it, it's fluttering around. It seems like it can't hold on any longer." The orange cat blinked, meow. "Me, is it me?" "It can't feed." Wen Youning walked over and picked up the kitten into her palm. "Where did you get this little kitten?" The boy said, "I just picked it up here. Isn't this orange cat its mother? Why can't we feed it? Such a small kitten, it shouldn't be weaned yet, right?" "Wen Youning," she said helplessly and humorously, "of course not. This orange cat looks only 2 or 3 months old. It's still a little male kitten." The boy, puff, ha 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 ha, found a baby by the roadside and handed it over to a passing blonde elementary school student. "Orange cat, I'm not done yet. I haven't weaned and a kid is asking me to feed him." "Little friend, this orange cat was also a pupa on the ground a few weeks ago, just like this cub. The intention is good, but let's not set off for now." The boy scratched his head, realizing he had caused a mix-up, his face a little red. "Is that so? When I found the kitten, I saw the orange cat pass by and thought it was hers. What should I do now? He felt guilty for taking the kitten to the wrong parent, but it's almost class time. Our teacher will take attendance during the morning self-study. He hesitated about whether to take the kitten to school. If the teacher finds out, they will probably confiscate it. Wen Youning, do we really have to go to morning self-study before 7? Are elementary school students this competitive now? Didn't the Education Bureau cancel morning self-study for elementary schools? We have also canceled it. Morning self-study is voluntary for the students. The boy shook his head, counting on his fingers and mentioning many things. Also, it's very far from the 13th elementary school. I need to catch the bus and also do my duty. I might not have time to take care of the kitten. Let's return the kitten to its nest. Wen Youning heard the cries of the kitten, which was constantly calling out for food. Such a small kitten is hard to care for if taken back. Moreover, the cries of this cub are loud, indicating that it is well taken care of and not lacking in food, looked after by the adult cats. It is not a cub that has been abandoned or discarded, so taking it back to raise is unwise. The boy raised his hand to check the time several times. Clearly he was running out of time and wanted to leave, but he was also worried about leaving the kitten here. I read online that if a kitten leaves the nest and is put back, the mother cat won't nurse that kitten anymore. Wen Youning said, if it gets human scent, the mother cat is likely to abandon it. In fact, the mother cat might even carry away the other kittens from the nest and leave just this one behind. She gently patted the kitten's back and comforted the little boy who was worried, saying, "It's okay. I will explain to its mother later that the kitten wandered off accidentally. I should be able to persuade her to continue nursing it." Explaining is one part, but more importantly, since she held it for a while, she should be able to cover up the scent left by the boy. The mother cat wouldn't feel too repulsed by her scent. The boy nodded and politely thanked his sister. "Then I'll trouble you." As the words fell, the boy held the straps of his backpack and lifted it slightly, turning to leave but suddenly paused. What do you want to explain? Who should I explain it to? I seem to have noticed that something is not quite right only after the fact. The boy turned back in a daze and said, Is it because I'm in elementary school that I don't understand some things adults say? The school hasn't taught this yet. The host has tricked elementary school students, The persona remains intact. I looked up at the title of the live stream. If you can really convince the mother cat to take back the kittens that fell out of the nest, I will give you gifts. Really? Wen Youning noticed this member's bullet comment. After finishing speaking, a gift effect popped up on the screen. Member deposit. Transaction completed. Thank you for the gift, boss. Wen Youning snapped her fingers and turned to ask, Zioju, do you know where its nest is? I'll trade you 2 cat sticks for it. The little orange cat has been wandering around here, so it should know who gave birth nearby. The cub was found here, so the cat's nest should be nearby. Meow, the orange cat turned and climbed up the stairs. Come with me. Wen Youning followed suit. The boy looked at his watch, hesitated, and then decided to follow along because he was still worried. The book says that cats who have just given birth are very fierce. If you get too close, they might attack you. Sister, remember to be careful and not get too close to the cat's nest. The child is right. It's not just mother cats. Animals that have just given birth tend to be very aggressive. The stray dog I fed before would growl at me when I got too close after giving birth. It only allowed me to approach once the puppies were a bit older. Wait, why did the screen go black when sending the kittens back to the nest? There aren't many people online in the live broadcast. Only a few are chatting in the comments. After typing and sending my message, I looked up and found the screen had turned completely black. If it weren't for the platform not reminding the hosts to end the broadcast, they would all think the host had closed the livestream room. Wen Youning said, I'll take pictures of the kittens for you later. This building is inhabited, and there are many things piled up in the corridor, with discarded furniture that people are reluctant to throw away, almost blocking the corridor completely. The stairwell is even harder to walk through than an undeveloped alley. The little orange cat walks freely in this place, and the children have a height advantage. Wen Youning gets tired much more easily, but fortunately, they didn't encounter any small holes that only mice could squeeze through. After passing through a large furniture area, Wen Youning realized that this direction led to a corridor. Many clothes were hung on the handrail of the corridor, and on the other side there was cured meat, full of the atmosphere of daily life. In the middle of this building area there are corridors. Not knowing how long they have walked, going up and down, without floor numbers on the walls, Wen Youning has no idea what floor they are on. Meow. Meow. A faint meowing sound came from under the piled furniture. Wen Youning bent down to look through the gap in the fabric and saw a calico cat lying inside, its round beastly eyes staring outside without blinking. The calico cat noticed a human's presence and immediately bared its teeth and huffed, "Ha!" At the same time, its body lunged forward, and its extended claws revealed their hooks, pulling the cushion beneath into several creases. The boy noticed the hostility of the three-colored cat and reached out to pull Wen Youning back. "Sister, be careful." "It's fine, don't worry, I can handle it." Wen Youning hunched over, something blocking her head, and this posture was too uncomfortable, so she simply sat down on the wooden frame that extended nearby. The little orange cat jumped onto the table beside her. Wen Youning petted the little cat and gently scratched its chin with her fingertips, saying, "Thank you, little one, for showing me the way. It must have been tiring. Stay close and don't wander off. I will bring you some cat treats when I return from the market." Meow. The little orange cat moved its mouth, making a continuous meow sound from its throat. Can it really lead the way? The little orange cat doesn't look big, but it's quite reliable. If it can lead, then let it lead. If it can wait, then let it wait. Awa, it's just too well behaved, I want to pet it. Doesn't anyone doubt the behavior of the host talking to the cat? New fan, I suggest you watch for a while before speaking. The old fans who followed yesterday have already started applauding. In the cat's nest, the three-colored cat's ears were pinned back against its head, making its already round head look even rounder. Its sharp canine teeth were exposed, indicating its anger and silently warning intruders. The cat nest was lined with a cushion and it looked quite clean. Someone must have been raising the cat here. It was likely the tenant of this unit. SHH, keep your voice down, don't be fierce. Wen Youning held her index finger to her lips. Look, I brought you something. Meow, the kitten's voice is high-pitched. She opened the gap wider and raised the kitten in her hand, allowing the mother cat inside to see. Wen Youning specially reached in to nudge it. Does it look familiar? As small gifts floated across the live stream, the popularity noticeably increased, and curious passers-by clicked in, only to see Wen Youning naively handing the kitten directly to the mother cat. With more people around, it is inevitable that some spectators will question Wen Youning's actions. Wait, what? You just sent the kitten away like that, and with the mother cat present? Don't do that with your hand. The mother cat should scratch you hard enough to take off a layer of skin. Who taught her to send kittens back to the nest like this? It's one thing to grab attention, but does it have to be at the cost of safety? What will you do when your tendons get bitten? Dangerous actions are quite eye-catching. Wen Youning also noticed these comments, but she did not stop. Instead, she seriously said into the camera, "Dangerous action. Everyone please do not imitate." After that, she extended her hand forward a bit more and said, "Come on, I'll help you take the child back." The grinning tomcat paused for a moment, tilting its head, confused as it looked at Wen Youning, then lowered its head to check the kitten in its arms. 175. All are present. It's not mine. It's yours. If you don't believe me, come closer and smell. Not all are present, baby, you can't count. Wen Youning listened to the thoughts of the three-flower cat, awkwardly twisting Arabic numbers. One should have two behind it. Wen Youning didn't know exactly how many cubs there were, but she definitely had to count the one in her hand among them. The tabby cat stiffened, its mouth gradually opening wider, its pupils narrowing into slits, and even its ears perked up again. Meow. Who says I can't count? Don't question cats. Can humans hear me counting? Meow. It's not something humans can do, it's something only I can do. Wen Youning said with a smile. Come on, it must be starving, it has been meowing all the time. The calico cat hesitated and got up, its eyes fixed on Wen Youning as she slowly approached. Check if there's any damaged hole in the nest where the kitten might have accidentally fallen from, Wen Youning urged. It will have some smells you may not be familiar with, but don't worry, it's not dangerous. It's just a scent from the little kid who picked it up, the one next to me. Come on, say hello. The boy was stunned, his mind was in a knot and he couldn't come to his senses for a moment. At the sound, he lifted his hand and waved it like a marionette responding to a command. The tabby cat immediately bared its teeth at him. Huh. The boy shrank his neck and took a few steps back. Wen Youning held the kitten for a while. It could carry her scent, but it was impossible to completely mask the child's smell. She informed the tabby cat in advance so that the mother cat would have some psychological preparation while sniffing. The calico cat poked its head through the gap and leaned closer to Wen Youning's hand, carefully distinguishing whether this is his own child. The boy opened his mouth, wanting to remind Wen Youning to be careful. At this distance, the calico cat could suddenly bite, and there would be no way to avoid it. However, he was afraid that suddenly speaking would break the silence, scare the big cat, and lead to worse consequences. The elementary school student squatting nearby couldn't help but nervously clench his fists. Mom said if you get bitten by a stray cat, you need to go where to get a shot. For a moment, even the viewers in the live stream were nervous, holding their breath, wondering when the calico cat would suddenly go berserk and scratch her to a bloody mess. But, in that moment of closeness, the seemingly fierce calico cat did not bite. The imagined scene of the cat's teeth piercing through the fingertips did not appear. While everyone was anxious, Sanyua gently licked the kitten in Wen Youning's hand, paused for a moment, and then licked Wen Youning's fingertips. Meow. Boy. Barrage. No hey. Tusk, what was I so anxious about just now? Wasn't it said that a mother cat just after giving birth is very fierce? I thought it would be a bloody battle next. Is it my illusion, or did the mother cat that was just showing its teeth suddenly become very gentle? The streamer must have poisoned it, certainly. The calico cat bit the kitten by the nape, and Wen Youning held the kitten with her palm facing up. Seeing this, she let her wrist drop so that the kitten's body was completely in the air. The kitten held by the mother cat had obviously quieted down a lot, and its cries were no longer as sharp as before. This edge of the platform is a bit dangerous. The cloth behind was pushed through, and the fabric, having been around for some time, was relatively brittle and prone to breakage. Wen Youning felt that the kitten squeezing in the nest posed a risk of falling down, so she got up to search for usable items among the discarded furniture. These should have been thrown away a long time ago. It seems there hasn't been a fire inspection, otherwise these things would have been cleared out. Wen Youning pulled out a wooden plank and coughed. Cough, cough. The dust stirred up made her cough incessantly. Let's use this cough, it's sturdy. Good kitty, don't move, okay. Wen Youning gently lowered the wooden plank and carefully placed it behind the cat bed. Right now, the kittens are not the best to move. They can accidentally fall off. If they reach the stage of being active and climbing around, there will be a rain of cats downstairs. The calico cat cradled a pair of kittens in her arms, looking up at Wen Youning with a gentle expression, completely different from her fierce look when she was first seen. Blocking the area close to the window with a wooden board gives a strong sense of security. Wen Youning also knocked on it with her hand to ensure the wooden board was secured tightly before letting go. Mew, the tabby cat friendly rubbed against Wen Youning's hand. Thank you. Wen Youning smiled and said, You're welcome. As soon as he turned around, he collided with a pair of eager, inquiring eyes. Sister, how did you do that? Were you just talking to the kitten? I feel like you can communicate with cats. The boy really liked animals, and because he liked them, his mother was worried he might go touch stray cats on the street, so she specifically gathered a lot of information to educate him, including that a mother cat with newborns is as dangerous as a rabid dog. Therefore, the boy always found it quite scary. When he lifted the blanket just now, the mother cat hissed fiercely, but the sister in front of him only said a few words, and the calico cat suddenly became very docile. The speed of this face changing is truly amazing. Yes, Wen Youning stood up and successfully sent the kitten back to its nest to drink milk. Her task was considered complete. Looking at the little boy beside her, she smiled and teased, Impressive, right? So amazing, sister, you are incredible. The boy's eyes were shining. Children do not delve into the truth of things. At this age, they will only believe what their own eyes see. As they grow older, they will begin to consider more. Therefore, there is no need for Wen Youning to explain anything. The little boy firmly believes it. You are the best adult I have ever met. When I found the kitten just now and asked for help, they all ignored me. Only you took the initiative to offer to take the kitten home. The boy remembered something and pulled out his heavy backpack. Mom said that those who do good deeds should be rewarded. Wen Youning squatted down to look at the boy at eye level. No need, little friend. Protecting and helping small animals is my duty. She possesses abilities that ordinary people don't have and has long placed small animals as a top priority. The boy was very firm. No, Mom said there should be a reward, but I didn't bring any snacks today. Really, no need. The boy rummaged through his things and said, Here, this is for you. He handed over something that looked like a book to Wen Youning. Wen Youning was slightly taken aback. What is this? Mathematics 100 People Teaching Version Latest Upgraded Edition. This is an extracurricular book that my mom bought for me, not the school's textbook. You can take it as a reward. The boy was very happy. Wen Youning suddenly recalled the fear of being dominated by the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulated exams. She quickly declined, No, I really can't accept this, it's too much. Ha ha ha, look at the little boy's sincere face. How can you bear to refuse, streamer? Don't tear it, it's for the child. I'll just take one, put it on the streamer's tab. At Math 100 question, this kid is so great I think he deserves an official reward. Zio Heyu. Before Wen Youning and the boy could finish refusing, a head appeared at the corner of the stairs. Downstairs, the person hadn't arrived yet, but called out a name first. Mom, the boy happily waved to the person downstairs. The woman, wearing high heels, walked upstairs and looked at her son, who should have already gone to class, with his arms crossed. I felt like I was listening to your voice downstairs. What's going on? You shouldn't have already gone to school, right? At the same time, she turned to the person beside her and asked, Are you? Wen Youning nodded. Hello, I passed by and saw Zio Heyu picking up a kitten, so I helped bring the kitten back. Yes, Mom, this sister is really amazing. Zio Heyu excitedly recounted what had just happened, while his mother listened attentively beside him. When hearing this sister can read minds, she also smiled gently without refuting it. Wen Youning glanced out the window and then looked at the stairs. Do you live in this building? The woman said, Yes, we live on the first floor. No wonder Zio Heyu found the kitten. Wen Youning guessed that the kitten might have squeezed through the fabric blocking it, accidentally falling onto the table next to it, where a lot of scrap cardboard was piled up on the ground near the window, and since the ceiling was low here after falling, the kitten was just picked up by Zio Heyu, who was on his way to school. The The place where she met Xiao Heiyu was somewhat distant from here. Wen Youning asked, "Why didn't you bring the kitten upstairs to look for it at that time?" Xiao Heiyu recalled the situation at that time and said, "When I found the kitten, there were no other cats around. I later ran into the little orange cat passing by, so I followed it. The little orange cat kept running and only stopped at the stairway. It might not like the cub." Wen Youning. Hiss, whether you like it or not aside, at least back then the little orange cat would run, so it couldn't be for that reason. The little orange cat sat quietly on the table licking its paw, its fluffy face marked with weariness. "I'm just going out to find something to eat." He chased and shouted for me to stop and not to run. At that time I was extremely scared. It was indeed a bit tragic, but Wen Youning couldn't help but smile, patting the little orange cat's head to show comfort. "Poor thing, I'll bring you a meat can when I come back." Meow. Wen Youning is hurrying to the market to buy things. After the morning market time, the fresh vegetables will wilt. "I have something to do, so I will leave first. You guys be busy." Xiao Heiyu exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm going to be late." As she spoke, she tossed her backpack onto her back and said, "Goodbye, sister." The woman nodded slightly at Wen Youning and turned to follow Xiao Heiyu, saying, "Xiao Yu, wait a moment, Mom will drive you." Coming out of the hallway, Wen Youning let out a sigh, and at the same time, the live broadcast began to show gift effects. It is the member who was given the deposit before. "Thank you, boss. The boss is very generous." Wen Youning curved her eyes and put away the phone holder, hanging the Bluetooth camera around her neck. "Time is money, and I need to speed up from here." Originally, the time to get up early and head to the market was more than enough for Wen Youning. Even if she got tired running and needed to rest for a bit, she could still rush to the vegetable market to grab fresh produce. However, a small incident occurred in between, so the most important thing now is to get to the market in the shortest time possible. Although the camera hanging around her neck is convenient, it cannot capture her. It can only provide a first-person view of what's in front. It can only be used when running, and for regular live streaming, the phone holder is much more reliable. Let's go. After greeting the live broadcast room, Wen Youning ran onto the sidewalk. Morning time is precious, and there are more people on the road than when I encountered the kitten earlier. The flow of people during the morning rush hour will only gradually decrease after 7 or 8 o'clock. There are many vendors along the roadside at the entrance of the vegetable market. All of them are mobile vendors without stalls. Inside the market, there are some elderly people who hold plastic bags, chatting with the vendors while picking and choosing. Okay, the timing is just right. Wen Youning calmed her breathing, took off the camera in front of her chest, and slowly strolled into the market following the crowd. Besides buying some ingredients for cat food and daily necessities, Wen Youning also wanted to buy some vegetables to cook for herself. The snack street downstairs is fine for occasional meals, but she prefers to cook for herself regularly. There are fixed stalls in the market and plastic bags are hung outside. You can just take a plastic bag to pack what you want. The stall owners are busy unloading goods from the back of their vehicles and will only look up to shout prices when they hear someone asking. Let me share a tip for selecting vegetables. Wen Youning picked up an eggplant the size of her palm and weighed it in her hand. Look at this round eggplant. It looks great with a smooth skin and no pits, but if you touch the end here, it's dry with no moisture at all. This kind of eggplant will be tough inside once you take it home. The end that feels moist will be tender when you eat it. I generally don't go to the market because I can't pick vegetables. I just buy from the supermarket where the prices and quality are guaranteed. Although I can't pick vegetables either, I can pick old ladies. Before entering the market, I choose an old lady to follow, and then I select from the good plastic bags she picks. All right, be brave and be yourself. Don't be afraid of the judgment of society or the slap from the old lady. Ha ha ha, you're really not afraid of the old lady just lying down right there. As she spoke, Wen Youning picked a few bags. The green leafy vegetables looked plentiful, but they would shrink after heating, packed full. The morning vegetables are fresh. The farmers drive to the wholesale market overnight, and the merchants buy them from the farmers and sell them at the market in the morning, with some vegetables still having soil that hasn't been shaken off. Wen Youning, boss, can you weigh these for me? Okay. The vendor took several bags and placed them on the scale one by one. I'll give you some scallions, eat well and come back. When buying a lot of vegetables, the vendor usually gives some extra vegetables as well. After finishing grocery shopping, Wen Youning went to the nearby meat stall. Compared to the crowded vegetable stall, the meat stall here seemed a bit quiet, with special lighting making the meat on the counter look very fresh. Wen Youning looked at the fresh pig heart and lungs and said, I'll take 3 pounds of each of these organs and 5 pounds of beef as well. Okay, just a moment. The vendor changed to a larger bag. The organs just arrived this morning, all fresh goods, nothing frozen. Do you want some pork as well? Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, let's also add 2 more pounds of lamb and pork. Make more varieties of cat food. All right. The things needed for this order are quite a lot at the stall, and the stall owner specifically took a foam box and covered it with a plastic bag to pack it. The main ingredients for cat food are these. Cats are carnivorous animals and are certainly more inclined to prefer meat in their food choices. Buy more ingredients at once and freeze them. You can take them out anytime to feed other small animals. Boss, did you raise this fish? Wen Youning noticed a large fish tank next to the stall, with 1 golden dragon and 1 silver dragon inside, both quite large, their scales shimmering. The stall owner said cheerfully, yes, attracting wealth. Did the host not say they can read the hearts of animals? What is this fish thinking now? Wen Youning's fingertips caressed her chin. What are you thinking? Gurgle. I want to blow bubbles, gulu gulu. Wen Youning laughed and translated, it's been guluing. At that moment, the golden dragonfish gracefully waved its tail and glided towards Wen Youning, its large eyes moving up and down. Gulu, look at the market. The animal voice translator ambassador Wen Youning paused. Boss, how much is this fish? I said, what? Jendang, did you see it? The smile will not disappear. It will only transfer from the host's face to mine. The vendor looked up in the midst of a busy day. This fish is not for sale. If you want to buy, you can go to the seafood market over there. They have better quality. The 2 I have here are of average quality. Gurgle fool. Wen Youning. Damn golden arowana, tonight I must have grilled fish. The contest between Wen Youning and the golden arowana has just begun, and the silver arowana forcefully flicks its tail, sending the nearby golden arowana aside. Gulu, ugly thing, stay away from me. I don't want to stay in the same tank with you. I'm jumping out tonight. Galulu, annoying. The whiskers of the silver arowana reveal its disdain for the golden arowana. Oh, your crush seems to look down on you. Wen Youning's face lit up with a smile. Tusk. Love life isn't going well. The goldfish chasing the silver dragonfish suddenly hit the brakes and stopped in front of Wen Youning. Fool. Wen Youning turned her head and suggested, Boss, your silver dragonfish is refusing to keep company with the goldfish and is calculating a jump out of the tank tonight. It's best to separate them into different tanks. Jump out of the tank. Is that true? The stall owner was confused. Are you also into fish keeping? Is there some kind of omen for them to jump out of the tank? Wen Youning said, I didn't see the omen, but I heard the silver dragonfish's thoughts. The stall owner. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Wen Youning didn't explain much, only saying, you bought the silver dragonfish later, right? You bought it to keep the gold dragonfish company. The vendor nodded and said yes. Wen Youning, the silver arowana isn't interested in your golden arowana. If you want to keep the silver one safe, It's best to separate these two into different tanks. The vendor was still in a daze as Wen Youning scanned the code to make the payment. The money has been transferred. Remember to divide the tank soon. There are still daily necessities that need to be bought. Wen Youning did not linger too long and reminded them to pick up the box of meat and leave the stall. The vendor scratched his head in front of the fish tank. How did she know that the silver arowana was bought later? These two fish look about the same size. Pet supplies are in the far corner of the market. Wen Youning crossed half of the market carrying a box. Dad, where are you? When will you come to find me? Woof. The puppy's voice is very dejected and quite low. Did someone abandon a dog? This place is far from the city center. If someone drives the dog here and abandons it, it will be very difficult for the puppy to find its way back. Wen Youning sighed, it's really too irresponsible. Even if there are unavoidable reasons for not being able to raise it, one should at least find a home for the puppy and arrange for its future. Throwing it away like this is just unacceptable. Wen Youning thought about bringing the dog back to find it a home herself, but as she followed her instincts, she discovered that it wasn't a stray puppy, but a German shepherd that was kept in a cage, appearing to be paralyzed from the waist down. Because it couldn't stand up and was not well taken care of, its lower body was almost lying in its own waste. Its fur was matted and glistened with no shine at all, with many dark clumps that looked like blood. The stall owner heard the noise and came out, glanced at the box in Wen Youning's arms and asked symbolically, "What can I get for you?" Wen Youning didn't look at the dried meat on the edge of the stall and only asked, "Is this dog for sale too?" Vendor, yes, 500 yuan including killing and processing. What, you're selling this dog that you raised? The dog tag on its neck, who knows where the stall owner got it from? It definitely isn't his dog. It looks like it's hurt badly. This person must be stealing dogs. To openly sell a stolen dog, how shameless can one be? It's over. I feel like the host is going to be manipulated by the vendor. The host clearly wants to save this dog, and the vendor is definitely going to ask for an outrageous price. People like that have the darkest hearts. The German shepherd made the barrage of comments in Wen Youning's livestream explode. It's obvious to anyone with a discerning eye that this dog is clearly not raised by the vendor. The owner might even be posting lost dog flyers everywhere in hopes of finding their beloved pet. Wen Youning sensed the vendor's discreet scrutiny. She realized what the vendor was up to. While she could afford to pay a higher price if she appeared too eager, the vendor might not sell the dog. Just like a carrot dangled in front of a donkey to lure in cash with this German shepherd. The German shepherd is in very poor condition. If this drags on, even she might not be able to get it to stand up. Today I must take the German shepherd away. After a while, Wen Youning raised her hand to fan her nose and pretended to be disgusted, saying, "So expensive. It looks so dirty and skinny. Lower the price a bit. You don't have to kill it. I can handle it myself to save on labor costs. If it weren't for the fact that you're the only one selling this in the market, I wouldn't even look at such a thing. Charging so much, have you gone crazy?" The vendor paused for a moment. This dog had been here for several days, half dead and smelling bad, and nearby stalls had already received complaints. There weren't many people asking for the price, and a group of elderly men and women also didn't find this kind of thing appealing. It's even worse when you're dead. It's not easy to find a buyer, and he hesitated for a moment and said, "How much do you want?" Wen Youning, 200. 200? Where is there such a bargaining? The stall owner was unhappy. Forget it then. Wen Youning pouted, "I've already bought so much meat, I don't mind this little bit, you can keep it for yourself." After speaking, Wen Youning turned and walked away. "Hey, don't go, can't we discuss it some more?" The vendor shouted. "I really won't make a profit at 500. 200 at most." Wen Youning didn't look back as she walked away. That makes a huge difference. Raising them has its costs. Hey, It really can't be cheap. The stall owner was shouting, and Wen Youning's steps became slower and slower, taking a long time to pass the neighboring stall. This is not a matter of price. Once Wen Youning agrees to the price given by the other party, the stall owner will raise the price at any time. She pretended to be indifferent as she walked, but in her heart she was thinking, if the other party doesn't agree after passing the next stall, she would go back and take the German Shepherd away. No matter how much it costs. Take 5 more steps. She must take the German Shepherd away, or it will die here. Take 3 more steps. At worst, I'll suffer a little loss. First, let's save the dog and settle accounts with that vendor later. The last 2 steps. 1 more step. All right, come back. The vendor's helpless voice came from behind. I'm really not making much money off this 200. Wen Youning, who almost turned around, paused, suppressing her excited feelings, and returned expressionlessly. If you had agreed earlier, we wouldn't have wasted time. Isn't this difficult for me as well? The vendor, seeing her return, immediately starts raising the price. 250, come on, let me make a bit of profit. That's quite unpleasant to hear, Wen Youning said calmly. Stop beating around the bush. 200 and throw in a cage for me, otherwise it'll be hard to carry. All right then. After considering it, the vendor decided to take the money. Once the dog dies, that 200 will be gone, and with that cage, it's both smelly and dirty, he wouldn't bother washing it anyway. Since you seem friendly, let's call it a friendship price. Do you want to look at other meats? Better to skip the friendship, I've paid the money. As for the zombie meat that looked older than her great-grandfather, Wen Youning simply didn't respond. There are wheels under the cage so it can be pushed and moved. Wen Youning placed the box on top of the cage and directly pushed the German Shepherd away from this troublesome place. Woo! The German Shepherd scratched at the cage with its front paws, struggling to stand up, but its lower body remained motionless, only able to lift its head repeatedly. Once Wen Youning had taken the German Shepherd out of the vendor's sight, she squatted down to comfort it, saying, "Don't be afraid. It's okay now." The vendor had been staring just now, and Wen Youning had no doubt that if the other party saw her actions, they might come after her to ask for more money. It is evident that the price for selling pets and the price for selling food were divided very clearly by that vendor. The German Shepherd rested in Wen Youning's palm, its eyes glistening with moisture, its nose twitching, and it continuously made whimpering sounds from its throat. Wen Youning opened the box containing the meat. Inside, the beef was cut into appropriately sized pieces stacked neatly. She picked 2 pieces. Here, have something to eat first. The German Shepherd seemed to have been hungry for a long time, so Wen Youning didn't dare to give too much at once and fed it little by little, starting with 2 pieces to cushion its stomach. Wen Youning waved away the flies that were on the German Shepherd and took off her jacket to cover it. Fortunately, she had put on a thin jacket when she left in the morning because she was afraid of the cold, and now it came in handy. The German Shepherd whimpered pitifully, unable to help but nuzzle Wen Youning's hand with its nose. It looks so pitiful, can it still stand up? At veterinary master Mr. Wang, is this kind of acquired paralysis recoverable through surgery? So pitiful, that vendor really deserves to be punished. He shouldn't even get 200, give him a couple of slaps. The host should connect with that veterinary master Mr. Wang. I've seen him successfully treat many paralyzed small animals. Let's see if we can seek help. Well, isn't the host a veterinarian themselves? Why seek help from others? The effectiveness of the show is one thing, but the injuries on their body have nothing to do with their psychology. For the sake of this German Shepherd, the host should seek professional help. While comforting the German Shepherd, Wen Youning was searching for nearby pet hospitals on her phone. I remember the last time I searched for pet hospitals, there was one in the market, and found it. The location of this pet hospital is not far from the pet store I wanted to go to before. Let's go. First I'll take you to the doctor, then I'll help you find your dad. Wen Youning took off the collar around the dog's neck. The dog tag hanging from it was clearly damaged, as if half of it had been broken off, and the remaining half of the tag was smooth with no contact information, but it had a wire attached in the middle that seemed like it was for positioning purposes. Perhaps it was broken that caused the positioning to fail, which is why no one has found it for so long. The further you go in, the quieter it becomes, and apart from the occasional movement of the staff sweeping to clean, there is no one around. Wen Youning pushed open the door of the pet hospital, and the wind chimes hanging above made a crisp sound. She turned her back to lift the door curtain and dragged the dog cage inside. "Hello," the receptionist stood up to help. "What happened?" Wen Youning took the meat off the box, fully exposing the German Shepherd to the girl's sight. Preliminary judgment is severe impact, possibly a car accident or thrown down from a height. I want to take an X-ray. Looking at the German Shepherd's miserable condition, the girl showed a hint of reluctance in her eyes. "Come with me. Do you know what caused this?" Wen Youning said, "I'm not sure. I just bought it from a dog dealer." Hearing her say this, the girl understood. "I see. Come help me, let's lift it up." "Ow!" The girl's outstretched hand made the German Shepherd instinctively retreat. "Let me do it." Wen Youning adjusted the clothes on the German Shepherd and carefully held it as she took it out of the cage. The German Shepherd's hind legs were weak and sprawled out. When Wen Youning picked it up, it only moved its ears slightly, not continuing to struggle, but looked at her longingly, giving off a particularly pitiful feeling. After being picked up by Wen Youning, it buried its head directly into her arms, looking as if it wanted to hide itself. Others might not see it, but Wen Youning could clearly feel the dog trembling in her arms as she held the German Shepherd. Wen Youning gently patted its back and soothingly said, "Don't be afraid, we're just taking a picture. Be good, you'll be able to stand up soon. Don't worry, everything will be fine." The doctor paused for a moment, judging by her experience as a veterinarian that the probability of this German Shepherd standing up was very slim, and she couldn't help but sigh. "Woo! There's nothing left." "What is gone?" "The tail. The tail is still there, you just can't feel it for the moment." The puppy doesn't know how to describe the feeling of paralysis, it only knows it can't move. Wen Youning comforted the puppy while placing it on the platform. The doctor adjusted the machine. "The machine emits radiation, would you like to wait outside?" Wen Youning lowered her head and said to the unblinkingly staring German Shepherd, "Just take the shot like this." The radiation from pet imaging machines is lower than that of human CT scanners. The body can naturally metabolize and eliminate it. It's not a big problem. The German Shepherd had been locked in that damned cage for who knows how long, and now, upon coming out, it still felt anxious and uneasy. Wen Youning propped her arm under the German Shepherd's head, occasionally lifting her hand to rub its ears and pat its head. "Let's begin." "Okay." The German Shepherd remained very quiet the entire time, hardly even blinking, as if it were afraid. The moment its eyes closed and then opened again, the person in front of it would disappear. Wen Youning covered its eyes with her right hand. "Isn't it tiring to keep staring like this?" "Woof." The palm felt soft. Wen Youning rubbed her finger up against its nose, gently touching the center of its forehead. "All right," the doctor entered and said, "just wait a moment, it will be out in 10 minutes. Wen Youning held the front paw of the German Shepherd. "Good boy, how are you so obedient?" "Woo," the German Shepherd raised its head. "Little animals all like to be praised." "Let's go, we'll head out first." Wen Youning picked up the German Shepherd along with the pee pad underneath it and carried it to the examination room. The German Shepherd can't control its bowels now, so it wouldn't be good if it dirties the doctor's desk. While waiting for the film, Wen Youning finally had a moment to glance at the barrage comments. Only then did I realize that the heat in the live broadcast room had somehow exceeded 3,000. Wen Youning blinked her eyes. Welcome everyone to the live broadcast room. The host finally read the bullet comments. The host is really gentle and patient. Poor little dog, I hope you can stand up. Mr. Wang, the veterinarian. The chances of standing up are very low. Let's take a look at the x-ray first. No, such a well-behaved puppy not able to stand up will really make me cry buckets. When streamers post bullet comments on live streaming platforms, there are special colors different from those of members. Wen Youning spotted this comment at a glance among the colorful barrage of comments. When scrolling up to look at the comments, many people are at this blogger, who seems to specialize in pet-related issues. The professional veterinarians at a top-tier pet hospital are quite authoritative in this area. Hello, the doctor came in with the cleaned images and placed them on the light box. The phone holder for the live stream was stuck on the cage, and the angle was just right to capture the scene. Wen Youning only took a glance and then completely relaxed. No bone injury, it's a nerve issue. That's really great. Mr. Wang, the veterinary expert in the live stream. It's not a bone injury, it's a nerve issue. This is really bad. Bullet screen. No, you two, who should I believe? Alright, completely opposite answers. I'm holding back my tears here. Are you two just joking with me? Is there really something going on or not? Not only are the fans in the comments confused, but Mr. Wang is also a bit puzzled. This streamer doesn't look like they are putting on a show. They seem genuinely concerned about the dog's condition. But why, knowing that the dog has a nerve injury, are they not worried at all? Instead, they are actually quite happy and burst out laughing. This makes Mr. Wang feel a bit perplexed. He only clicked into this live stream after seeing the fans in the chat discussing this streamer helping a German Shepherd, wanting to see if he could help. But now things are looking a bit strange. The veterinarian at the pet hospital was still pointing at the German Shepherd's x-ray and hadn't spoken yet, but upon hearing Wen Youning's words, he was also stunned. What? Wen Youning took over the veterinarian's hand, pointing to the area on the German Shepherd's back. The bone is not injured, so it's just a slight misalignment pressing on the nerve. She pointed downwards. Just find the specific location and reposition the bone. How can we find that? The doctor instinctively retorted. If you look at the x-rays, this area and this area, below that, it's almost impossible to see any issues. Pets are not born disabled. There are many possibilities for hind leg paralysis. What you said is not wrong. Bone compression on the nerves is also possible, but the doctor sighed. Current machines can't capture details that fine. Whether it's a CT scan, MRI, or enhanced CT, it doesn't work. Many pets with later stage paralysis need to be slowly cared for and assisted with acupuncture to have a chance of standing up. Then just rely on your instincts. Wen Youning's hand covered the back of the German Shepherd, exploring carefully. The specific condition of the German Shepherd can only be determined after taking x-rays. Wen Youning did not rashly intervene earlier, fearing there might be spine injuries. Forcing it back into place could have negative effects. Now that the x-ray results are out, confirming that there are no issues in that area, Wen Youning can instead proceed with confidence. The doctor watched as her fingers danced over the German Shepherd like she was playing the piano, gradually furrowing his brows. You have no idea how complex canine neurology is. Click. At the same time as a faint, crisp sound, the German Shepherd's back legs folded inward, and its tail that was drooping over the table also lifted slightly. The doctor suddenly widened his eyes. How is that possible? What the hell? What am I seeing things? The German Shepherd's back leg moved. The streamer is amazing. I always thought the streamer was just a comedian, but it turns out you really know what you're doing. The clown is actually me. Veterinary Master, Wang, you understand traditional Chinese medicine. Wen Youning retracted her hand, just a bit of experience. Veterinary Master Wang, you are too modest. How long will it take for the German Shepherd to recover like this? To be able to achieve this level, how could it possibly be just a bit of experience? Traditional Chinese medicine is common, but professional veterinary TCM is indeed rare. This streamer has real skill. I'll give it acupuncture when I go back. It should be able to walk normally in 2 or 3 days. The German Shepherd was obviously very interested in its tail, which it had just regained, or perhaps it was showing happiness, wagging its tail continuously. Wen Youning stroked the puppy's fur and said, "Let's draw some blood and do a full body checkup." Okay. The doctor comes with tools to draw blood. Wen Youning holds down the German Shepherd that wants to lick the fur. "Doctor, I will take it next door for a bath first, and then come back for the results." "All right," the doctor turned around and asked, "Do you need me to help?" "It's okay, I can do it." Wen Youning steadily picked up the German Shepherd. It looks big, but it doesn't feel meaty at all, and it's not heavy to hold. Since I will be coming back anyway, Wen Youning did not take the groceries and meat she bought. Inside the pet supply store, the stylist at the door is grooming a teddy, and when he sees someone come in, he looks up and smiles. "Welcome." Wen Youning, "Hello, can I wash my dog here?" "Yes, you can," the stylist shouted back. "Xiao Lu, come over to assist the customer." "Coming," Xiao Lu said while tying her uniform belt. "This German Shepherd is here for a bath, just bring it to me." Woo! The German Shepherd was very resistant to the approach of strangers. In this unfamiliar environment, the only person it could trust was Wen Youning. The clever puppy realized that the other party wanted to pick it up, and immediately buried its head deeper into Wen Youling's embrace. But no matter how hard it tried, its foundational skeletal size was there, determining that it couldn't hide itself like a small dog. "I'll give it a bath," Wen Youning said. "Can I borrow the space and bathing supplies? I will pay as usual." It's fine either way. It's not uncommon for the owner, not wanting to dirty their own home, to borrow space from a pet shop, while Xiao Lu calmly leads the way in front. Upstairs, Xiao Lu pulled the curtain shut to prevent other puppies from seeing and barking. She pointed to the bathtub in the middle and said, "This is the bathtub specifically for large dogs. The water inside has just been changed, and it is at the most suitable temperature for dogs. This one is for cleaning, and this one is for softening their fur. If you have any other questions, just call me." Thank you." "You're welcome." As Xiao Lu went downstairs, she casually closed the door behind her. "Come on, let's take a bath." When Youning took off the urine pad and clothes, the German Shepherd's small wounds had already scabbed over. She gently pressed on the waterproof sticker on the blood draw puncture and picked up her tools to shave off all the clearly matted hair that had stuck together and could not be washed out. Shaving fur may not be painful, but small animals can sense when they are being shaved. Although the German Shepherd regained sensation in its hind legs, it couldn't move freely for the time being. It strained its neck trying to see Wen Youning's face. The dirty fur has been trimmed into a mess. Wen Youning took off her medical gloves and rubbed the German Shepherd. "Get ready to go into the water. Don't move around, okay?" "Woo! Stay still." Wen Youning threw the gloves into the trash can, and when she turned around, she saw the German Shepherd holding its neck in an extremely awkward position. "I'm not saying to stay still now. I'm saying don't move when I put you in the water." "Huh. Wen Youning, I can move now." Woof! The exhausted German Shepherd plopped its head onto the soft cushion. "Woof! So tired, woof. Lie down for a while. I am a professional at bathing and massaging." Small animals are the most vulnerable when they are sick. Due to the nature of her work, Wen Youning often encounters injured animals, and it is inevitable for them to be dirty. In such cases, she always takes the initiative to clean them. Even though she hasn't received formal training, she learns through practice. Wen Youning rubbed out dense foam with her hands and piled it on the German Shepherd's head, saying, "Let's put on a shower cap first." The German Shepherd tilted its head to reach Wen Youning's hand, its nose brushing against the rising bubbles, which burst with a pop, causing the dog to close its eyes and paw at its nose. Woof! The ingredient list for the bathing products used in pet stores is very safe, consisting of natural extracts, and the fragrance is not very strong, falling within an acceptable range. What a high-domed bubble. The German Shepherd and the streamer are so cute. Who understands this feeling? Just watching a live stream makes my mouth corners inexplicably rise. Wen Youning rubbed the remaining foam on her hands onto the German Shepherd's neck. The bathtub is slanted, and there's a bump on the far left, just right for the German Shepherd to use as a pillow. You need to be careful while bathing, can't get too immersed in rubbing the fur, otherwise, the German Shepherd might accidentally slide down the slope. After cutting off a lot of the dirty fur, the workload for washing it has become much lighter. Otherwise, with the size of a large dog like a German Shepherd, soaking it with water for half an hour might not even be enough to wet the layer of fur outside, let alone reach the skin inside. Some pet stores don't accept large dogs. Sometimes the cost of washing one large dog doesn't even cover the water bill. There are still some wounds on the body. Wen Youning gently pushed aside a patch of fur and said, "They have already healed." It seems that the German Shepherd has been lost for quite some time, at least a week and a half. The wound has already grown pink new flesh, and luckily the German Shepherd's self-healing ability is strong. Otherwise, it would have died in that environment long ago. The stall owner might not have even given it a sip of water, let alone cared for it. It was just a quick money deal, only thinking about getting rid of it quickly. Who would take care of it? Come on, flip it over. Wen Youning was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and had rolled it up. She reached into the water and helped the German Shepherd to turn over. With the buoyancy of water, it's very easy to turn over in the bathtub, almost effortless. The German Shepherd obediently allowed Wen Youning to play with him, but his eyes were always searching for her position. His body turned over while his head strained to lean back. Wen Youning raised her hand to support. The shower cap fell into the water. Woof! The German Shepherd's paws scratched as if hugging his head. Both paws were straining, but the foam shower cap dissolved upon contact with water, leaving only a bit of foam on his paws. Wen Youning gathered the remaining foam. "It's okay, I'll make you a new one." Ding ding! Wen Youning turned the live stream camera in another direction, facing the German Shepherd and said, "Double-layer shower cap. Handcrafted, doesn't absorb water or repel water, only for aesthetics." Woo! Aesthetic. Haha! Wen Youning laughed as she splashed water on the German Shepherd and began rubbing the other side. During bath time, she also casually massaged him. Both massage and acupuncture are effective ways to help the German Shepherd recover. The German Shepherd can also feel very comfortable. After getting wet, the German Shepherd looked even skinnier, just skin and bones. After pulling out the plug and draining the dirty water, Wen Youning had already begun contemplating in her mind what kind of meat to buy later to properly nourish the German Shepherd. After draining the water, Wen Youning used a towel to clean the mud and clumps of dog hair at the bottom of the bathtub, and then filled it with water again. The remaining fur on the German Shepherd looked a bit patchy, with one side darker and a patch missing on the other side. One wouldn't know that the German Shepherd had snuck into a landmine. It looked as if it had been bombed, appearing pitiful. The problem isn't big. The German Shepherd looks great. Even after being cut like this, it still looks very handsome. Wen Youning sprayed off the remaining foam on the German Shepherd's body and said, "It will grow back quickly. Once we finish washing, drying it will make it less noticeable." Woof! The German Shepherd tilted its head and rested it on Wen Youning's hand. The grooming technique being discussed in the live stream chat does not seem to bother the dog involved. It remains obedient and has no temper at all. Soak it twice and rinse it twice. Finally, there was not a single bubble on the body. Even the ears had been rinsed once, and only then did Wen Youning take the German Shepherd out. The pet shop has a dryer, but it's a bit small. Wen Youning assessed that putting the German Shepherd inside might be a bit cramped, so she opted to use a hairdryer to manually dry it. She first used the lowest setting, and when the buzzing sound came out, she gently rubbed the German Shepherd's ear with her hand, and seeing that the dog was not startled by the sound of the hairdryer, she then stopped using it. Including all the other hairdryers on the table, they were all hung on the rack, adjusted to the right angle, then set to the appropriate temperature before being turned on. Wen Youning was holding one and changing places to dry. Otherwise, if she used a hairdryer by herself, it would take ages to dry. The warm wind made the German Shepherd squint its eyes. Unable to stand, it could only lie on its side, with its abdomen gradually becoming even in its rising and falling. Wen Youning spread her fingers apart like a comb, gently grooming while blowing. By the end, the German Shepherd had completely fallen asleep. Being beside Wen Youning probably made it feel very safe. After being trapped in a dirty and narrow cage before, it must have been impossible to get a good night's sleep. After the fur was mostly dried, Wen Youning turned off the hair dryer, took off the apron used to block water, and carefully picked up the German Shepherd. Bathing a large dog is truly a cumbersome and exhausting task. Wen Youning shifted her sore arms. She walked back and forth with the German Shepherd and had never felt this tired after giving it a bath. The German Shepherd made soft whimpering sounds in its sleep, and Wen Youning stroked its fur gently. The German Shepherd that had just been bathed was fluffy and smelled faintly pleasant. The sleeping dog looked especially gentle. Wen Youning carried the German Shepherd downstairs, and Xiao Lu, who was arranging the shelves, stepped forward, pausing for a moment before speaking in a very low voice. "Is it asleep?" Wen Youning nodded, pulled up the homework she did last night, and planned to buy some things at the pet store. "Please help me get a portion of these, along with 2 packs of pee pads and a leash." Xiao Lu took a picture of the notes and turned to prepare. "Are you able to carry all these? Over 300 we offer home delivery, and your total is already enough. Then please help me deliver it." Wen Youning also felt a headache about how to transport the items back, as she initially thought about taking a taxi back after buying the things. It would be manageable to carry them home. Now, with an added German Shepherd in her arms, she definitely couldn't carry other things. Xiao Lu said, "Okay, let's become friends. Please send me your address and I'll deliver it between 3 and 5 this afternoon. Does that work for you?" "Sure." Wen Youning scanned the friend code. As soon as Xiao Lu added her as a friend, the transfer followed and arrived. She proactively asked, "I just saw you took quite a bit of stuff to the next place. Should I help you take it over? It doesn't look like you can carry it easily. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Xiao Lu waved her hand. Their pet store was in a remote location, and they usually had to make up for their sales online. When a customer came by without any intention to purchase, Xiao Lu wished she could personally send them home. "It's not a bother. We'll drive ourselves. Just a few more boxes of ingredients. It won't take up much space. You put them there and I will take care of the rest. Then I'll trouble you with that." Wen Youning sent her a red envelope. "Pack a portion of cat treats, cat canned food, and chicken freeze-dried for me. I'll take them now." "Okay. These are for the little orange cat and the calico mom on the way back." To facilitate feeding, Wen Youning also bought 2 small plates. The kitten is still too small, and for now, it can only drink milk, so I haven't brought them anything else. The health check report from the nearby pet hospital has come out. Wen Youning flipped through it with one hand, scanning each line. "It's okay, just a bit undernourished and please get me a box of anti-inflammatory medicine." Normally, when the report is out, the doctor has the responsibility to explain it to the pet owner's family. But given Wen Youning's display just now, the doctor didn't have the thought of showing off his skills in front of Guan Gong, and just handed out the paper report without saying anything or daring to prescribe medication. After listening to Wen Youning's words, the doctor then took the medicine as she suggested. While speaking, the German Shepherd had already woken up. It clearly had a good sleep just now, resting its chin on Wen Youning's shoulder and nudging. "Is Buen Typhon okay?" The doctor held up a small box of anti-inflammatory medicine. "This one is the most effective, with almost no side effects, but it's not very easy to feed. You can stuff it into meat and let the dog gulp it down." A dog owner raised their hand, saying that last month when my dog had surgery, the doctor also prescribed this medicine. It cannot be crushed or broken. It has to be swallowed whole, and every time I have to battle with the dog for 300 rounds to feed it the medicine. From personal experience, stuffing the medicine in meat doesn't work. My cat will throw up the medicine after eating, but eat the meat. "It's okay. The German Shepherd is paralyzed and can't run away. Just use a medicine feeder to stuff it in." What kind of hellish method is this? Don't bully the disabled fluffy ones. The doctor clearly thought of this method as well. Do we need the medication dispenser? She took the medication dispenser out of the drawer. This device can directly throw the medicine into the dog's throat. Once you grip the mouth and lift it up, the dog naturally swallows the pill. "I'll try first." Wen Youning didn't know the German Shepherd's resistance to medication yet. From the comments, this kind of medicine received unanimous negative reviews when it came to administering it. Medication should not be forced, nor should it be rushed. Wen Youning plans to discuss with the German Shepherd. She hasn't heard of this medication before, but according to the instruction manual, it is suitable for the current condition of the German Shepherd. She wiped her hands with an alcohol swab, took out a pill, and placed it in her palm. "Good boy, look at this medicine." Before she finished speaking, the German Shepherd lowered its head, rolled its tongue, and the small white pill disappeared from Wen Youning's palm. "Doctor, this dog must be hungry." "Definitely hungry. My dog watched it and said it was acted, told me not to watch it." "What? It just ate. Then what was the daily human-dog free fight I had when I gave it medicine last month?" "You have great strength." The pet doctor silently put away the pill dispenser. It seems this thing won't be needed. Wen Youning didn't expect the German Shepherd to take the medicine so straightforwardly. She hadn't even finished her sentence when the pills were almost in the dog's stomach. The German Shepherd, having taken the medicine, leaned back into Wen Youning's arms, its tail wagging behind. Wen Youning looked at the German Shepherd with its eager gaze, curled her lips, and gently rubbed its ears in her palm. "Good job. You really are the most impressive little dog I've ever seen." Woof, the German Shepherd stood proud and tall. Wen Youning tore off a piece of jerky for it. She bought it to help the German Shepherd chew on the way home, and it was just right as a reward for taking medicine. The tough jerky felt as light as cotton in the German Shepherd's mouth. As soon as it bit into it, it broke apart, but chewing on a big piece became somewhat complicated, and it held the large piece of jerky with its front paws while chewing. Wen Youning received the examination results, packing the anti-inflammatory medicine together. "How much is it?" "Come over here, I'll give you a receipt." The doctor typed on the front desk computer for a few moments. "Please show me your payment code, I'll scan it for you." After a beep, the machine started printing the receipt little by little. The doctor tore off the receipt, signed his name, and handed it over, glancing at the foam box by the door, asking, "Aren't these things a bit difficult to carry?" Wen Youning said, "It's okay, I also bought some things at the pet shop next door. The staff there said they can help me deliver them together." The doctor nodded. "All right, then you don't need to worry about the rest. I'll handle it with the one next door." Since they all operate in the same area and there is no competitive relationship, the doctor has a pretty good relationship with the staff at the nearby store. Usually, when there are no customers, they can gather together at the door to chat and snack on sunflower seeds. Wen Youning lifted the German Shepherd a bit and said, "Thank you for your trouble." "It's nothing, just a small matter." The doctor opened the door at the entrance and said, "My WeChat is on the receipt. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." Wen Youning took the German Shepherd out, and a warm breeze came face to face, carrying a faint scent of barbecue. As the morning went by, some stalls selling vegetables in the market had already been covered with cloth. There are many entrances to the vegetable market, and Wen Youning specifically chose the one in the corner to avoid any contact with the stall selling German Shepherds. Perhaps the German Shepherd had been confined at the stall for too long. As they passed by the vegetable stall, its chewing action noticeably slowed down, and it couldn't help but sneak glances at Wen Youning with its little eyes. "What's wrong?" Wen Youning was looking at the road but could clearly sense the German Shepherd's observation. "Don't be afraid, you've already left that stall. You are the one I bought with $200. No one can send you back to that stall." "Woof. No way." The German Shepherd's droopy ears perked up after hearing Wen Youning's words, but as soon as he opened his mouth to bark, the jerky he was holding fell to the ground. "Woo!" The German Shepherd quickly closed its mouth, holding onto the edge of a piece of jerky, while using its paws to push it towards its mouth. Exiting the vegetable market. Wen Youning got into a ride she had ordered in advance on her phone, which allowed pets. This type of car is almost exclusively for pet owners, as some people are allergic to cat or dog hair, which could cause trouble if they sit together. The price will be more expensive than a regular car, and if the pet messes up the car, an additional cleaning fee will need to be paid. The German Shepherd in the car was pawing at the window looking outside. I really breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the market. I was scared that the vendor would suddenly rush out to snatch the dog. It's not easy to raise a German Shepherd to this size. The owner must have been very worried since the dog has been lost for so long. Don't worry, with the popularity in the live stream so high, many people must be clipping videos. As the traffic increases, the host will definitely see it. I didn't see any lost dog notices around my house. It seems like there aren't any along the way either. Wen Youning turned the camera to the German Shepherd in front of her. "Everyone take a screenshot, see if anyone recognizes it. There's also a collar. If you find it familiar, please contact me." "It's okay, you do your thing. I'll take you to see the kittens in a bit." Wen Youning gently petted the fluffy, soft fur of the German Shepherd. "By the way, I haven't asked how you ended up in the vegetable market." "Woof. Chasing bad guys. I chased them for a long way and almost caught up." Mentioning the previous incident, the German Shepherd's wagging tail drooped down. Then Wang flew up, the bad guy ran away. "Wang hurts a lot and wants to sleep. Someone human got off the car and pulled Wang. If I fall asleep again, I will be in a cage." The German Shepherd is wailing, with a voice that is intermittent and somewhat vague. For a German Shepherd that has gone through a car accident, it is already quite difficult to remember these things. After all, it has been some time since the incident. Wen Youning gently pats the German Shepherd's back. It sounds like it was hit by a car while running and lost consciousness, then was captured. It doesn't seem like they are specifically stealing dogs. It looked like an accident on the road. Seeing the injuries were serious, they dragged it onto the car. "Has someone treated your wounds?" Wen Youning held its paw, pressing her fingertip against the pad to pinch it. "This is where you apply the ointment when it's painful." The German Shepherd tilted its head and barked, "Woof." "No, licking it myself doesn't hurt anymore." The slightly rising tone of the heart's voice sounds quite proud. "Hello, does the host still remember they are live? Are you really not going to give us a translation? Family, let's proceed with a refund for minors. Hey, what are you two talking about? I'm scratching my head in confusion because I can't understand foreign languages. If I had known, I would have paid more attention in class. No, the school doesn't teach this stuff. Wen Youning was so engaged in talking with the German shepherd that she only noticed the chaotic barrage of comments when she got out of the car to fiddle with the selfie stick. She slapped her forehead and smiled helplessly. Sorry, I forgot about you all. Wen Youning holds the selfie stick well and gets out of the car with the German shepherd. I only know that the German shepherd chased the bad guy and got hit by the stall owner's car. So the stall owner took the dog back and locked it in a cage to sell it. Chasing bad guys. The little dog's heart feels that it is a bad person. That person must be really bad. The German shepherd is brave and righteous, good German shepherd. The stall owner hit the dog and abused it. The stall owner is bad. I'll ask about the other details when I get back. I'll let you know once I know the specifics. When it comes to expressing vague feelings of small animals, it is possible to gain exact answers by assisting small animals' feelings through some inquiries. The time in the car was short, and Wen Youning couldn't ask bit by bit. Let's go first to see the kittens. Wen Youning purposely chose the drop-off location at the place where she could encounter the little cats. After setting the live stream to a black screen, she entered the corridor. The same spot looks no different from when she came in the morning. The only difference might be there's only one little orange cat lying on the windowsill, and the calico cat is nowhere to be seen. Wen Youning approached, and the sensitive little orange immediately opened its eyes upon hearing the sound. It tried to run away, but halfway through took a closer look at the visitor and returned, meow. When washing the German shepherd, Wen Youning inevitably got the scent of the shower gel on her body. The little orange momentarily couldn't smell the familiar scent. Likewise, the German shepherd, which was covered in the scent of the shower gel, did not give the little orange a feeling of oppression, because the German shepherd now shared the same scent as Wen Youning. In the little orange cat's judgment, the German shepherd belonged to Wen Youning, and it trusted her. Thus it was not afraid of the unfamiliar large dog. Wen Youning placed the plate on the windowsill. Little orange, where's Sanhua? The orange cat rubbed against her wrist with its ears, meowing sweetly, meow. I'm thirsty, going out to find some water. Not planning to live stream the scene, Wen Youning casually placed her phone stand on the table. I can't stay too long. Wen Youning struggled to open the can while holding the German shepherd. Fortunately, the dog was well behaved and didn't struggle as she fiddled with it. She opened all the canned food she brought, but couldn't find the opening when tearing the cat treats. The soft cat treats don't have a pull tab like the cans. You can just pull them open. Wen Youning fumbled around and simply picked it up, saying, "Help me open this." The German shepherd opened its mouth to bite down. Its large size made the cat treat look like a jelly the size of a thumb. It bit down on most of it, barely stopping right where Wen Youning's fingertip was. After pausing for a moment, the German shepherd adjusted slightly and bit through the front end of the cat strip. Well, open. It's open. Very well done. With the help of the German shepherd, the cat, Youning, can open it all at once. Little Orange is full of curiosity about this big guy being held in the arms. The aroma of the meat can also attract its attention. A plate of canned meat, a plate of cat treats, and an extra plate of water. These are enough for the little orange cat and the calico to eat several meals. Thank you for guiding me today, said Wen Youning as she pushed the plate towards him. Remember to call Sanhua back for dinner. I'm leaving now. Meow, meow, meow. The little orange cat called while taking a big bite of the canned meat, which consisted of whole meat chunks and some meat paste with no additives. The quality is quite good. The little guy can't even lift his head to eat. Wen Youning squatted on the ground, tossing the empty can and cat treats into a plastic bag, and said while carrying her things, "Let's go, we're going home." Woof bark. As it got up, the German Shepherd looked back one last time. It was lying on Wen Youning's shoulder, stretching its neck to reach the phone holder. The automatically retractable phone stand is very short when not extended, holding the phone as if it's being carried in the mouth, like holding a bone. Is there anything about feeding cats that I, as a VIP member, can't access? It should be to avoid exposing the address and to protect the kitten. What's going on? Does feeding take this long? The host wouldn't forget that the live room is set to shield, would they? Member sent a gift. In addition to special effects, the gifts for premium members will also have vibration. The watch dial of Wen Youning displayed colorful gift colors, followed by a buzzing sound. Hiss, my phone. Wen Youning had too many disorganized items in her hands. When she saw the bullet screen, she instinctively reached for the phone stand and realized too late that she had left something behind. She remembered to take the layer of plastic wrap on the outside of the canned food box, but she completely forgot about her phone and phone stand. Over here. The German Shepherd let out a couple of woofs, tilted its head, and the phone stand appeared at Wen Youning's side. Wen Youning was taken aback, met the German Shepherd's bright eyes, and gently curved her brows and eyes. Thank you, what a smart dog. Woo, the German Shepherd stuck out its tongue. The curve of its mouth seemed like a smile, and its round eyes turned into a line. The live streaming room, which had been black, displayed an image after a brief conversation. Wen Youning fixed the phone holder in the bend of her arm, smiling as she brought the German Shepherd in her arms closer to the camera. I forgot to take my phone and holder when I went downstairs just now. Luckily, the little dog found them and brought them down. Otherwise, I would have to run back again. Showing off, huh? No need to post lost dog notices anymore. Its owner has come. I am its owner. Go away, do you understand how to raise a dog? Let me raise it. The bullet screen has sparked intense discussions about the ownership of this German Shepherd. Wen Youning tapped the damp nose of the German Shepherd and smiled, saying, "You're quite popular, huh?" The German Shepherd licked her fingertips, its drooping tail wagging, woof. Let's go, time to go home and make something delicious. Wen Youning hugged the German Shepherd and quickened her pace home. It should start getting warmer in a little while. Holding such a big furry thing, under the sun, it felt like being wrapped in a thick quilt. If it were close to noon, Wen Youning felt like she would melt away. Meow. The sound of the door opening coincided almost perfectly with the meow of the kitten inside. Wen Youning at the door pushed the foam box and cage aside. The things she bought from the market arrived earlier than her. She thought she wouldn't get them until the afternoon, but they arrived much sooner than expected. Holding the German Shepherd in her arms, Wen Youning couldn't use her hands to move things, so she opened the door first. The little tabby cat had already started scratching the door inside. Are you awake? Wen Youning sidestepped into the door. The little tabby cat was still sleeping when she went out. She had added cat food and canned food, and the bowl was empty now. The little tabby cat stretched lazily, its tail held high. It originally wanted to pounce as soon as the door opened, but after taking a step, it froze. Meow. New friend. Wen Youning shook the German Shepherd's paw. It's hurt and will stay at home for a while. You both need to get along well, okay? Even if the online lost dog notice takes effect, the owner of the German Shepherd will come to find the dog tomorrow, and Wen Youning cannot allow the other party to take the German Shepherd away. Acupuncture and daily massages cannot be stopped until the German Shepherd is completely standing up. The little tabby cat's tail, which was held high, drooped down, and the tip of its tail swayed somewhat impatiently. Tabby cats have a sense of territory, and some stray tabby cats will even drive away other cats that intrude into their territory. However, the little tabby has only been at home for a short time, and considering it has only been a day or two since it arrived compared to the German Shepherd, the little tabby has not yet started to establish its territory, so there shouldn't be any major conflicts for now. If a tabby cat that has been raised for a long time is suddenly brought home with a German Shepherd, the moment the door opens, the tabby cat's claws would be right on the German Shepherd's face. The little tabby cat is just curiously observing. You all play, I'll tidy up the things I bought. Wen Youning placed the German Shepherd on the sofa, and the little tabby cat jumped onto the armrest of the sofa, rubbing the little cat twice. I'll make you something delicious tonight. Meow. The phone holder is placed on the table, and the lens is facing the two fluffy ones on the sofa. Wen Youning found a place for both the cat litter box and the dog cage. The dog cage was made by a vendor at the vegetable market, and the pet store owner even helped clean it. She stuffed it with a soft cushion and then put a layer of puppy pads on top of the cushion. After arranging these trivial matters, Wen Youning took out the meat one by one and put them in water. Next is to mince all these meats. If you make it at home, you can adjust the proportion of each meat according to your pet's taste. The amount of offal should be about the same as mine. This stuff is a natural attractant. It's just that the effect is not obvious for some small animals, Wen Youning said as she took the meat out of the water. The time for the meat to soak in blood water should be a bit longer when eating it myself, but when feeding small animals, if the blood water is soaked too clean, it will lose its flavor, and they won't want to eat it. Aren't you going to add some trace elements? In the past, when I watched tutorials, I would add a lot of trace elements ground into a powder. It should be fine to eat them alone. I bought a lot of them and add 2 tablets when feeding. Those vitamin tablets are so expensive, especially the ones specifically for pets, which cost several hundred for a bottle. Wen Youning cut the meat into appropriately sized pieces and put them into the meat grinder. The home meat grinder is relatively small and cannot hold too much meat at once. She looked up at the bullet screen and said, "For pets, if it's regular vitamins, you don't need to buy anything too expensive. The ones that cost 1 or 2 yuan a bottle at the pharmacy counter are enough." Whether for humans or for pets, vitamins are just vitamins. Pet-specific ones don't change the structure of the vitamins. Wen Youning actually understood this area of knowledge. In essence, there isn't really a concept of pet-specific vitamins. Pet-specific ones are just reduced in quantity. It's the same if you buy regular vitamins and divide them yourself. What do you make of the pet professional high-grade vitamins I bought for several hundred? Consider yourself rich. The sound of the meat grinder starting up buzzes and vibrates the dining table. The mixed meat, offal, and vegetables were a large basin full. The little tabby cat didn't know when it jumped onto the dining table, stretching its neck to sniff the meat paste in the bowl. "Are you hungry?" Meow. Wen Youning took off her gloves and patted its belly, which was round and plump. "If you eat any more, your belly will explode. Go run around for a bit, and I'll give you something good to eat tonight, okay?" Meow. The little tabby cat clawed at the edge of the iron bowl, ears drooping down. Even the whiskers hanging down were filled with disappointment. "Just a little meow." But. Ooh, the elongated tone sounded like a spoiled child. The little tabby was rubbing its head against Wen Yuning's hand. "Okay, just a little bit then." Wen Youning took a small plate and put some aside, then also served a plate for the German Shepherd. "No, that's too lacking in principles. Send the kitten over and I'll teach you hands-on how to refuse. I can hear your schemes even through the internet cable. This little gaze of hers, I'm really melted, okay? Who can resist giving her something?" The little tabby was eating right on the table. Wen Youning turned around and her gaze fell on the empty sofa. Woof. The barking was very close. She looked down and saw the German Shepherd had arrived at her feet without her noticing. Although the lower body still couldn't move, it was able to push itself forward using its front paws, and its speed was not slow at all. Wen Youning narrowed her eyes and said, "This portion is for you." Woof. I like. The animal food is not fully formed yet, but based on the taste, it has already conquered the 2 fluffy ones at home. Wen Youning adjusted her apron. Next, just cut it into appropriate sizes for drying. If you don't have a dehydrator at home, you can use a steamer, oven, or air fryer. No matter what you use, once it's cooked, cut it into sizes you like and vacuum seal it. When it's time to eat, chop it up. If needed, you can mix in some trace elements your pets require at this step. Specifically, you can check and ask your local veterinarian for adjustments later. Wen Youning said, if it's a bigger dog like a German Shepherd, it's fine to give them a whole piece to eat. It can also help with teeth grinding. It's just that the shelf life won't be as long as dried food. The food made at home doesn't contain preservatives or technology, so the storage time is limited. However, the food intake of large dogs is considerable, and adding a small tabby cat means this can be consumed in just over half a month. The cost of making this myself is too high. It must be several thousand yuan. How do those online vendors make a profit selling at 6 or 7 yuan per jin? The type of meat used is probably different. They might use some scraps. Is it cat food and dog food costing around 6 to 7 yuan? Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, those wouldn't use scraps. Scraps also have a cost. In fact, many cheap pet foods are not recommended for pets at home. They use puffed soybeans to increase protein content, puffed cornmeal for plasticity, add coarse fiber and attractants with the flavors of chicken, duck, and fish. You just want to take a bite when you smell it. They add some Guangian soil to prevent pets from getting diarrhea, and finally some antioxidants, allowing it to last 3 to 5 years still looking just like it was just out of the factory. Wen Youning, who is in this industry, has seen a lot of tricks. This kind of food is very crunchy and has a meat fragrance, yet the cats and dogs keep getting thinner. These materials are all very cheap. The most expensive costs only a few yuan per pound. Selling it to you for 8 yuan, they can still make a profit of 6 to 7 yuan. By the way, this type of grain often plays some word games with the ingredient list. Some less reputable companies simply don't bother and directly falsify the ingredient list. 5. I was so scared that I threw all the cheap food in my house into the trash can overnight. What about the cheaper ones? If it's any cheaper, then it's just a mix of pure Guangian soil and artificial coloring, which can easily kill pets. Wen Youning placed the minced meat neatly in the steamer. I still recommend everyone buy some reliable large brand pet food. Formal brands won't have this issue, but those small workshops mix grains are best avoided. They're nowhere near as good as making your own. The steamer is heated, with 2 gas stoves steaming together, and the 3 layers of steamers just barely hold all the minced meat. There will inevitably be some leftovers on the table when grinding and mixing meat. Wen Youning rolled up her sleeves. Come on, if you've eaten my food, you have to help me with the work. Woof! The German Shepherd eagerly approached, and Wen Youning lifted the dog and placed it in the corner of the table. I'll leave all this meat to you. Before cutting the meat, she laid 2 layers of plastic wrap on the table. It's possible to just gather the plastic wrap and throw it away, but there's quite a bit of meat residue on it, so throwing it away directly feels wasteful. With the plastic wrap bundled up, a thin layer of minced meat steams and cooks in the pot. Spread out on the table, it cools quickly when covered with plastic wrap against the marble table. Meow. I'll help too. The little tabby is very diligent and took the initiative to volunteer, leaping up in one swift motion. Wen Youning raised her hand to support it, catching the kitten by the chest. You are not allowed to eat anymore. Meow ow. I'm going to starve, meow. The kitten is meowing very pitifully. The kitten, who hasn't eaten for a full half hour, is about to starve. Wen Youning couldn't help but laugh and cry. In theory, the tabby cat should know when to eat and when to stop at its age, yet it still wants to eat when it's already this full. Be good, wait until you digest before eating. I'll give you a late-night snack tonight. The tabby cat should eat smaller, more frequent meals now. The little tabby cat struggled and waved its paws, but it couldn't escape Wen Youning's grasp. It limply dropped down, resting its head on her fingertip with no hope for its cat life. Seeing its pitiful little appearance, if it weren't for its belly already protruding outward, Wen Youning might really be tempted to give it a bit more. Really can't eat anymore. Look at your little belly. As the sky darkened, the meat grinder was working inefficiently, and the rice in the pot was still not done. The timed hanging light at home had already turned on. Wen Youning had been busy and didn't feel hungry, so she simply sat down at the dining table, holding the little tabby cat with one hand and blocking the German shepherd with the other, to prevent it from falling off the table while moving. "You cruel guy, what's wrong with letting the kitten have a lick? It seems that little tabby needs legal assistance." Host, the owner of the goldfish raised at the morning market is also live streaming. The morning market. Wen Youning nodded, recalling the silver dragon fish that was planned to jump out of the tank tonight, and clicked into the live stream of that vendor through the in the stream. The account has thousands of fans, and the anchor has been online for over 10 hours, which should have started when harvesting vegetables in the morning. Because of what she said during the day, the live streamer's chat is now full of comments like, "Tonight the silver arowana will jump out of the tank, so make sure to follow. Don't pack up, keep an eye on the silver arowana. If you pack up and leave when you find out tomorrow that the fish jumped out of the tank tonight, it will be dead," and so on. The vendor originally had an online store and was selling products through live streaming, usually without much excitement. Big data recommendations made sure that all fans of Wen Youning's live stream saw it. At this time, the stall owner had already packed up the remaining vegetables and was on his way home in the car. The bullet comments had been advising him to stay in the market since his live broadcast in the afternoon, and now it seems he has become somewhat immune to them. In between waiting for the traffic light, the stall owner replied to the comments saying, "I really can't jump into the tank, everyone please rest assured. I know my fish very well. After all, I've raised them for so long. They are definitely just joking. The market is closed and I'm almost home now. There's no point in going back to check, it's fine." The stall owner didn't take this matter to heart. To be precise, he didn't believe it at all. How could anyone really hear the voices of animals? That's just ridiculous. After knowing the other person was a streamer, the stall owner felt even more that it was all just for show. Therefore, even though the barrage in the live stream keeps urging him, he has no intention of turning back at all. After all, similar content has been watched all day. The vendor, "Everyone take a look at the shopping cart below. If you're interested, please place your next order." With such high popularity, not a single piece of meat has been sold. Where can we argue this? What if it's real? Yeah, better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Silver arowanas are quite expensive, right? Raising it to this size, not to mention the purchase price, you must have spent at least tens of thousands. Satisfy my curiosity, please. The stall owner looked at the continuously flashing bullet comments and the rapidly increasing transaction amount, sighed and said, all right, since everyone is saying so, I'll just go back to take a look. But I must say, if I just see the fish in the fish tank and leave, I won't be turning back for later fans who didn't see it." Considering the fans were actively shopping, the stall owner turned on the turn signal and directly turned around to head back. "Those two dragonfish have been in the tank for a while. If they were going to jump out, they would have done so by now." The stall owner held the steering wheel, looking particularly helpless. These people just believe anything they hear. The lights in the entire market went out, the place was remote, and the streetlights on both sides of the road were very dim. Driving all the way back, the car lights shone, and the old man at the security booth squinted his eyes in a daze. "Who's that?" The vendor rolled down the car window and shouted, "Old man, it's me from the meat stall, I'm back to pick up some things." The old man slowly shuffled in his slippers. "Register in the book." The registration and various inquiries were written in great detail, and it took the vendor about 5 or 6 minutes to complete it. "All right, old man." The old man put on his reading glasses and observed carefully. After verifying that the photo on the ID matched, he pressed the remote control to open the small roller door on the side. "Go in. Come out as soon as possible." There are hundreds of stalls in the entire market, and if you stay inside for too long, it's hard to say if something went missing. "Got it, old man." The stall owner handed over a pack of cigarettes through the window. "Thank you for your hard work, old man." The stall owner drove into the parking lot of the vegetable market, holding his phone camera facing the entrance. "Let's go and see the dragonfish that you have been longing for." The lights in the vegetable market are managed by the area, and the stall owners only know where the switches near their stalls are. When I first entered, I was using a flashlight, but fortunately, the live broadcast room has a night vision function, so even if the surrounding environment is dark, the viewers in the live room can still see. It's ridiculous. Although the silver arowana was bought later, the two fish in my house get along really well. Such a large fish tank, they even swim close together and rub against each other on purpose. Even if they aren't deeply affectionate, the golden arowana wouldn't make the silver arowana dislike it. The silver arowana surely wouldn't want to jump out of the tank to get away. While speaking, we arrived at the stall, and the owner clicked the light bulb above his head on. In the next moment, the vendor's voice abruptly disappeared upon seeing the silver dragon fish leap into the air and fall vertically. Snap! The silver dragon fish was elegantly posed, with its head on the ground and its tail slanted, causing its body to tip over, struggling and flailing in the air after leaving the water. The vendor bent down and reached out. His raised arm was a distance away from the silver dragon fish. His outstretched fingers were stiffly curled, and his face twitched in disbelief at what he was seeing. "My silver dragon, ah!" The heart-wrenching scream echoed in the empty vegetable market. "Ah, it really jumped. The light is just right. I was still looking for the silver dragon in the fish tank, but it has already flown out." Hiss, is this a performance? For example, did they agree with the silver arowana to jump out of the tank at the moment the lights turned on? Or is it played in reverse? Sister, don't you think this would be even cooler if it was played in reverse? During the day, Wen Youning said that the silver arowana was preparing to jump out of the tank at night. It is just getting dark outside, and the silver arowana can't wait even a second and jumps with great agility. The stall owner rushed over, quickly wetting his hands with water from the fish tank to cool his palms, then firmly grabbed the silver arowana and placed it back into the tank. He didn't even have time to clean the dirt off the silver arowana, fearing that if he delayed for even a second, it would be dead. The stall owner's face was still filled with panic, and he felt a wave of fear in his heart. If he doesn't listen to the bullet comments and comes back to check, by tomorrow morning, the silver dragon fish's corpse will be rotten. Even the most resilient goldfish can't survive out of water for too long, let alone the silver dragon fish, which is a fragile ornamental fish species. The stall owner's heart was racing, wondering if reading the hearts of animals might actually be real. After all, these were two fish that had gotten along very well in the past. Who would have guessed that one of them would actually want to jump out of the tank? It's impossible to even randomly guess such an absurd thing, yet it turned out to be true. They said to jump at night, and it really means jumping after dark. The timing is just right. Such a ridiculous ability is actually real. I'm not. The stall owner had a dazed look, completely disheveled. Oh no, I need to start thinking. The stall owner stood on a chair by the fish tank, lost in thought as he gazed at the shimmering water surface illuminated by the light. The arowana that returned to the fish tank has no energy, yet it keeps murmuring. Didn't die, annoying. Still watching, what are you looking at? Looking for a fight. The silver dragonfish's heart grew more and more restless. Wen Youning sent a comment, "Get off the chair and stay away from the fish tank." Vendor, what? Others had not yet reacted, only feeling a flash of white light in the corner of their eyes. The next moment, bang, his left face hurt and his head uncontrollably tilted to the side, while his hand tightly grasped the phone filming the live broadcast, which also flew away. The event happened too quickly. The splash from the silver arowana's tail hit him in the face. The stall owner, slowly becoming aware, raised his hand to touch his stinging and wet face, as the silver arowana struck and then resubmerged to the bottom. With a thud, the phone fell to the ground. It brought back the stall owner's dazed nerves. Did I just get beaten up by a fish? Did the fish slap me? Is this right? Before the phone flew away, the silver arowana attacked humans, and it was clearly captured on camera. Wow, that really made my head buzz. The development of the times is too fast. Even the fish tail can be felt in the first-person perspective. That slap was really hard. Our sister Wen even told you to dodge through the mic. Your reaction was too slow. Looking at the silver arowana in the fish tank, the vendor clenched his jaw in frustration but couldn't do anything about it. He decided to temporarily ignore it. All he could see in front of him were the comments from the streamer account that Wen Youning had just posted. Those words seemed almost solidified. He really believed that the streamer on the other side could hear his thoughts. The stall owner jumped off the chair, hurriedly picked up the phone, opened it, found Wen Youning's live broadcast room, and without a word sent a few of the most expensive gifts. If it weren't for Wen Youning reminding the silver arowana to jump out of the tank, he wouldn't have been able to guess that something like this would happen. If he waits until tomorrow morning to come back, that silver arowana will be dried up on the ground. Wen Youning was also watching his live stream. The operations in the stall owner's live broadcast room were not visible on the phone screen, and it was only when she saw these gifts that she realized what the stall owner was busy with. "Thank you, Hope, for saving my silver dragonfish's life. I really accept it wholeheartedly. I believe you can really read pets' minds. The world is so vast, it is my narrow-mindedness." After sending the bullet screen, the stall owner still felt it wasn't enough and continued to send gifts. The live broadcast room was filled with images of him sending gifts. If it was a coincidence to catch the silver arowana jumping out of the tank at first, then the second time, his face is still hurting from being hit by the silver arowana. Is this not realistic enough? Others might guess it's a script or that the actors are performing, but as someone who personally experienced the whole event, he knows the truth of the matter all too well. How could he not know that he himself is an actor? He previously questioned others and the stall owner's side. If he had believed from the beginning, there wouldn't have been such a dramatic rescue tonight. When I first heard Wen Youning say it, everything was solved as soon as they separated the tanks. Wen Youning took a sip of water and typed on the keyboard, "As long as we save it, let's separate the tanks as soon as possible. The silver arowana finds the golden arowana quite annoying, and delaying further could lead to more issues." As soon as the message was sent out, the screen popped up with the stall owner's request to connect. Wen Youning suspiciously connected the call. "Is there anything else?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to say thank you in person. Also," the stall owner scratched his head and turned the camera back to the fish tank, "I saw your live stream title says you can treat pets. I want to ask if my silver dragon is okay." After all this commotion today, the silver dragon doesn't seem to be in good condition. The silver dragon returned to the water, not moving its tail like a normal healthy dragonfish, but instead sinking down motionless. The stall owner said, "Look, it's almost sinking to the bottom. It looks very disappointed. What is he thinking?" The eye of the silver arowana does not move at all. Only its whiskers drift along with the water current. Back again. Annoyed. "Gulu Gulu, scratch my scales. Gulu, don't want to live anymore." Drowned myself. Failed to jump out of the tank and was sent back. The silver dragon fish felt filled with resentment. Wen Youning slowly raised one eyebrow and said, "It's fine, the body is fine, no external injuries. It's just that when you grabbed it just now, you might have accidentally touched its scales. It said it doesn't want to live anymore and wants to drown itself." The vendor. Why are you so determined to give up on your fish? The vendor didn't know what to do. Is it still time for me to divide the tank right now? Wen Youning said, "It's still time. After switching tanks, give it some good food, and if it's in a better mood, it won't blame you." Okay, hearing that there was still some room for negotiation, the vendor immediately got busy. He really likes these two fish, otherwise he wouldn't keep them at his workplace. He just wants to see them often. Fortunately, there is still his previously abandoned fish tank which was used for keeping arowanas. It is just right for one fish, and later he bought a silver arowana and had to change to a bigger tank. Now it can be used well. The fish tank is still good. It can be used after rinsing with water. It's just that there's no time to fill it with water, so I can only pour some water from the big tank first. Anyway, I'll make do for tonight. Today I do not have enough time. I will deal with these when I have more time tomorrow. While cleaning the fish tank, the shopkeeper recalled the strange interaction pattern between the two dragon fish and asked, "I saw they had a good relationship before, often rubbing against each other. Why did they suddenly fall out?" Are you in a good relationship?" Wen Youning calmed down and listened carefully. Upon hearing this, the silver dragon fish, without needing Wen Youning to ask, already found it quite disdainful in its heart. Who has a good relationship with that stupid thing? Gulu, coming to bother the fish while it's sleeping so well, Gulu. Die. It's not sudden. When Youning looked at the goldfish that approached again, the silver fish always came over to hit the goldfish while it was sleeping, and over time, this grudge was formed. The vendor was stunned. Is this still Chinese? Wen Youning changed the explanation and said, "If someone slaps you while you're sleeping soundly, you'd be anxious too. Moreover, it seems that the silver dragon should not be able to defeat the golden dragon fish, as the latter has a length advantage." After hearing Wen Youning's words, the submerged silver dragon fish floated back up and moved its mouth, releasing a stream of bubbles. Gurgle, gurgle. That's right. Bad fish. The silver arrow is going on a roll with its complaint when suddenly a tabby cat appears in the frame. The little tabby's face almost completely blocks the camera. The wandering tabby cat can catch fish and birds to eat by itself, so it is naturally familiar with fish. It just has no concept of size. Whether big fish or small fish, it has to be fed to the cat. The little tabby and the silver arowana locked eyes, but the silver arowana had no reaction. It had been kept in the aquarium for years and had no contact with cats. However, the little tabby has already opened its mouth. Its cat pupils contracted, clearly fixated on the big fish in front of it. Meow! The little tabby licked the phone screen, its dangling tail tapping on Wen Youning's wrist, the tip curled. Meow, I'll catch fish for you to eat. Fish is really delicious. Seeing such a big fish, the little tabby's eyes lit up, and it rolled up its sleeves, its paws already pressing on the phone screen. Before the final battle between the little tabby and Wen Youning's only mobile phone, Wen Youning first scooped up the kitten. "You want to eat fish, right?" The little tabby's paw hung in the air, innocently blinking its eyes. Meow. "A little bit I want to." "Eat this first." Wen Youning took a small dried fish for it. The dried fish was small and hard, just enough for it to grind its teeth on, and it wouldn't consume too much, preventing it from getting stuffed. It may be because she was a stray before. The little tabby still retains the eating habits from her time as a stray. She eats whenever there is food, eating until full, not able to eat anymore, because she doesn't know when the next meal will be. This habit can only be changed gradually. control the feeding times and locations, and offer some small treats in between. The little tabby carries a dried fish to nibble on, while the German Shepherd lying quietly next to her also gets a small handful of dried fish. The fish is too small. For the German Shepherd, it's not enough to fill the gaps between its teeth, so he may not even be able to find where the small dried fish is after eating just one. All right. The stall owner has successfully transferred the silver arowana to the new tank during the live broadcast. The water is still from the original tank, saving the trouble of changing the water. The silver arowana flicked its tail and turned to look at the goldfish in the other tank. It's not fair. I don't want to live anymore. I'm drowning gulu gulu. The stall owner watched helplessly as the silver dragonfish flipped over again after just being placed in the tank. Hey, what's wrong again? He looked towards the live stream for help. Teacher Wen Youning helplessly rubbed her forehead. It feels that its tank is small, while the golden dragonfish's tank is big and unfair, so it doesn't want to live anymore. Stall owner, this stubborn breed. Am I really unable to keep this silver arowana today, no matter what? We can't just pull out the golden arowana and swap it with another fish tank, can we? What if the golden arowana decides to end its own life? It really seems like it wants to. Although the space you're in is small, the water level is high, Wen Youning advised. The amount of water you have is twice that of the golden arowana. Not only is it visually high, but the vendor also poured the water higher towards the silver arowana. The silver arawana's tail was obviously stiff for a moment after flipping over, and as it swam upward, it was delighted to discover it could look down on the golden arowana. The whiskers hanging down swayed, the tail moved leisurely, and the ripples in the water radiated happiness. There's plenty of water, great. Not dead, grumble. Wen Youning helplessly curled his lips. Is it that casual? However, it is a good thing that the silver dragonfish is full of thoughts about dying. The stall owner looked at the silver dragonfish that had finally returned to normal, let out a deep breath, and finally got it sorted out. What are you doing? Why haven't you come out yet? The old man's flashlight at the entrance of the vegetable market flickered as he waited for someone who had taken the key and hadn't come out for a long time, so he decided to go in and look for them. Right away, the stall owner responded, well, Wen Youning, whom you go ahead. Remember to buy a larger fish tank for the silver dragon when you have time. Okay, I understand. Thank you so much today. The stall owner thanked before exiting the live stream. Wen Youning stood up to get water, and when she turned back, she saw two fluffy ones crowded together. Seeing how well they interacted, she felt a warmth in her heart. After walking around the fluff ball for a couple of steps, Wen Youning suddenly stopped, turned her head, and saw the German Shepherd holding a small fish treat and trying to shove it into the arms of the little tabby. She caught him red-handed. The German Shepherd blinked, unsure whether to drop the dried fish in its mouth or eat it. It scratched the ground with its front paw and then pawed at its ear. It turns out that dogs have many fake actions when they feel awkward. The little tabby was much more straightforward. After being caught stealing food, it hesitated for a brief moment before immediately tilting its head to bite the dried fish that hadn't reached its mouth, and then it started to munch fiercely. The sound of caca was incessant. The size of the small dried fish is too much for the little tabby cat. It can't swallow it, dropping crumbs as it eats, and it still eats slowly while guarding it with its paws. Trying hard but not making any progress. Ha little tabby, hurry up and chew. Help, this is just too cute. The German Shepherd is so understanding and even feeds the little tabby cat. Mature and steady, isn't this just the perfect dream dog? The paw pads are all shaped like plum blossoms. I really want to pet them. Now if I take away the dried fish, the little kitten could cry for a long time. Slow down and eat, I'm not competing with you. Wen Youning patted the residue on the little tabby cat's belly and pointed at the busy German shepherd beside them. You can't do that next time, okay? Woof! The German shepherd raised its head and rubbed against her fingertip, behaving very well. Wen Youning rubbed the German shepherd's ears and suddenly remembered that she didn't know how to address it. What's your name? The German shepherd puffed out its chest and said, woof woof. General. Dad calls me General. General, what a handsome name, Wen Youning said with a smile. The German shepherd woo-wooed twice, its tail wagging vigorously. Although the hind legs still can't stand up, the tail can now be fully controlled. Wen Youning sat back in front of the computer, with nearly 10,000 people online in the live broadcast room. Welcome everyone to the live broadcast. Here is a professional veterinarian who can analyze diseases by reading pets' thoughts. She introduced herself to the newly arrived passerby, then propped her chin up with one hand, reopened the previously closed connection channel and asked, "Does anyone need to connect?" Before her words had finished, a connection request popped up on the screen. The speed of joining the stream is so fast this time. When she met the gaze of the unfamiliar man across from her, Wen Youning politely greeted him. Hello. Oh my, it's Jing Yizhu. I thought it was a fake, but after clicking in to verify, I found out it's really him. Promotion event for the new drama, connecting randomly with fans. The streamer is so lucky. Having just won Best Actor last month, the film Emperor has been on Weibo for almost half a month, and he's quickly entering a new project. What a workaholic. Wen Youning learned about the other person's identity from the sparse barrage of comments. She doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, but judging from the rapidly rising popularity in the live broadcast room, the other person has quite a following. Hello. Jing Yizhu wanted to start a conversation based on the name of the live broadcast room, but when he clicked to see the name, he paused, reading the voices of pets for diagnosis. Yes, it is specifically for some difficult cases that pet hospitals cannot handle. Jing Yizhu nodded. Sounds interesting. What? That's just nonsense. At first glance it seems very fake. Upon closer inspection it's extremely fake. The anchor industry is really diverse. Last time I even saw someone live streaming putting false teeth on a crocodile. Those who don't understand shouldn't speak carelessly, okay? Just because you can't doesn't mean teacher Wen can't. Most of the barrage comments are from fans of Jing Yizhu, who have seen Wen Youning's live stream and are trying hard to prove her worth in the vast sea of comments. Wen Youning lightly tapped the table and asked, "Does your family have any pets that need a consultation?" For paid live interaction, one has to ask something. Jing Yizhu's team arranged a few live interaction agents. He didn't like this kind of deception. While the team was still preparing, he started a live broadcast in advance, connecting randomly since the set broadcast time hadn't arrived yet, so he just chatted for a while to pass the time. Coincidentally, my golden retriever hurt its leg last month and has been limping, not daring to put its paw on the ground. Jing Yizhu waved to the camera and then turned it around, as the golden retriever with its left front leg slightly bent, ran over, relying only on 3 legs. See, it's like this, Jing Yizhu said. I took it for an X-ray and all kinds of examinations. There were no problems, but it just doesn't dare to put it down. When talking about the golden retriever's symptoms, Jing Yizhu became a bit serious. It seems to have gotten worse again. It was a bit more agile when I watched it in the bedroom yesterday. Is it due to its old age? The recovery is slow. The golden retriever lay on Jing Yizhu's lap, its leg always bent. Wen Youning gently rubbed under its jaw. Is it its paws or does its front leg hurt? Jing Yizhu hung. The golden retriever tilted its head, barking, "Woof woof, oh." It said it hurt but was rubbing against Jing Yizhu's arms, looking extremely uncomfortable. But the voice sounded like, "It doesn't hurt, woof." "Not at all, hee hee." Wen Youning nodded. It's an act. What? Jing Yizhu was taken aback, realizing that the live broadcaster was talking to his dog, and subconsciously looked at the golden retriever. He saw the golden retriever stop howling, its healthy front paw resting on his knee, ears turned back and eyes fixed firmly on the computer. Woof woof. You just said it was fine in the bedroom yesterday, so that means there's something in the living room that it doesn't want you to go to. Wen Youning observed the golden retriever's reaction, recalling the dog's frantic thoughts in her ear. You're not allowed to speak, Woof. Woof gives you a bite. The golden retriever even tried to stretch its neck over to take a bite out of the laptop screen. Jing Yizhu noticed something was wrong, hugging the golden retriever back into his arms. Are you saying that its leg is not injured? Yes, Wen Youning said firmly, with the heart's voice being so clear, plus Jing Yizhu saying that the golden retriever acted suddenly like this, she didn't even need to look at the x-ray. Think back, did its leg injury ease when you left the living room? Jing Yizhu nodded slowly with a stiff neck. He had just finished filming a drama, and after returning from the award ceremony, he had been on vacation. During this time, he had enough time to take the golden retriever to the hospital, and once back home, he had carefully observed based on the doctor's advice, but he still hadn't figured anything out. The change in environment, however, was very subtle for the golden retriever's leg. For example, when in the living room, struggling on 3 legs and unable to jump onto the sofa, it would bite at his pant leg and tug him to another place. Returning to the bedroom is very relaxing, and I can also jump onto his bed. Jing Yizhu felt that things were a bit magical, following this line of thought, interpreting according to Wen Youning's words means. So, when in the bedroom, it can easily jump onto my bed, and once up there, the injured front leg is raised because it forgot to pretend while jumping. Isn't it that online veterinarians are so unreliable now? I guessed it would be unrealistic, but I didn't expect it to be so absurd. What kind of diagnosis is this? Just talking nonsense. After all, no one knows what the dog is thinking. Surely whatever she says goes. Where's the agent? Hurry up and end the live broadcast. If you delay any longer, Jing Ji will be linked to the scam, and you won't have a place to cry. Wen Youning remained calm and asked, what bad things have you done? This question is clearly directed at the golden retriever. Jing Yizhu grabbed the fur on the back of the golden retriever's neck and unconsciously ruffled it twice. Woof woof, not at all. I just accidentally broke the new cup. Oh, you broke the cup. Woof, shut up, woof woof woof. The golden retriever has let its guard down. The claws of dogs are not as sharp as those of cats, but the golden retriever's paws have almost worn out Jing Yizhu's pants. In her ear, the frantic barking of the golden retriever was heard, and Wen Youning turned to Jing Yizhu. Do you have a missing cup at home? One that was recently bought? As for that, I'm not too sure. Jing Yizhu's villa has 3 floors, and there are plenty of cups, endorsed brands, gifts from friends and fans, tea sets for drinking tea, wine glasses, and so on. If one were to really search, there would easily be hundreds of cups. Who would remember if a cup is missing? And Zio Fei is something I've raised since childhood, and I usually spoil it. It's just that it's not worth pretending to be sick over breaking a cup, Jing Yizhu said, a little confused. Although he did not believe what Wen Youning was saying, he still replied politely. Wen Youning asked again, where did you hide the broken pieces of the cup? Woof, not hidden. The dog pushed them under the sofa, you could never know. It's under the sofa. %. The golden retriever is really about to crack. The little dog with conflicting feelings. Listening to the golden retriever's thoughts, Wen Youning roughly deduced the sequence of events. When it pushed the broken cup under the sofa, you saw it, and it got cut by the shards, yelping in pain, but you didn't notice the cup and focused on its paw instead. Wen Youning, this is how the golden retriever knows how to divert your attention. Pretending to have a leg ache, It pretends to hurt even more as soon as you sit on the sofa because you are sitting on top of its toy. Golden Retriever. Stop talking woof woof woof. Bad person. The dog wants to bite you. Rationally speaking, Jing Yizhu should not believe these words. However, the golden retriever that was barking and baring its teeth suddenly stopped barking after the opposite streamer said this. The empty villa suddenly fell into silence. The buzzing echo of the dog barking still lingered in my ears. Jing Yizhu so. Wen Youning guided the question. The golden retriever thinks that if it breaks this, you will be angry, which means this cup is very important to you. No, I didn't buy a new cup this time when I came back. Jing Yizhu noticed the problem. Wen Youning seemed to think of something, curling her lips. Where did you put the trophy from the Best Male Lead award you brought back? She tapped the search interface with her fingertips. This award, the official said the trophy is made using glass cutting technology. If it falls, it will break. Jing Yizhu. You speak as if it's a true story. Have you installed surveillance on Brother Jing? Even the dog knows the trophy was hidden under the sofa. If you can't see a doctor, then don't put on an act, okay? You're just a clown trying to attract attention. At Jing Yizhu, Brother Jing, I know an authoritative online blogger who can take care of pets' medical issues. Let's connect and see. Don't delay Yi Fei's treatment. This person isn't even qualified to be a quack doctor. Is this what you call seeing a doctor? Jing Yizhu couldn't pay attention to much else, put down the golden retriever on his legs and rushed upstairs. The golden retriever looked at its owner sprinting upstairs, then glanced at the computer screen and barked, woof woof. Bad person. You are the worst human I have ever seen. The little tabby cat jumped onto the table, fur bristling, glaring at the golden retriever. Ha! The golden retriever was hit in the face and instinctively shrank its neck. The German shepherd heard the sound and struggled to come forward, but it couldn't stand up. Even if it straightened its front legs and tried to raise its head, it was difficult to reach the edge of the table. Woof woof. Although it couldn't see the situation, the golden retriever heard the sound and took a step back. 2 against 1. The golden retriever regretfully withdrew from the battle. My trophy is really gone. Jing Yizhu did not appear in the scene, and a somewhat helpless and collapsed voice could be heard coming closer. The broom appeared before Jing Yizhu. Woof! The golden retriever wagged its tail, smiling very ingratiatingly. Jing Yizhu couldn't care about these things. He pushed the broom under the sofa, and when it crossed, he felt some resistance, hearing the crisp clinking sounds of glassware, and Jing Yizhu closed his eyes. He didn't dare to open his eyes. The golden retriever shrank back, quietly retreating when Jing Yizhu leaned down. When a pile of large and small fragments was pushed out, Jing Yizhu's vision went dark. This is the first Best Actor award in his acting career. Any award is the first one with the most collectible value. Now, the trophy hasn't even warmed up before it's shattered into pieces. Jing Yizhu's heart is bleeding. By the way, he stared at the pile of fragments and said blankly, after I won the award, I took photos in the living room at home and posted them on Weibo. Then I received a phone call, and when I came back, I saw Yi Fei's paw was injured and screaming. I was only focused on taking it to pet hospitals around the world and didn't take care of home. I didn't even notice when the trophy went missing. Jing Yizhu closed his eyes. Woof. Hee. Dad, Wang is tired and wants to run outside for a couple of laps. Wen Youning lightly coughed and said, it wants to run. Wang. What? The golden retriever's ears are standing up in anger, and its big eyes are wide open. Damn humans, the dog won't let you go. You are the enemy of dogs forever. Jing Yizhu Jing Yaifa. In a fit of anger, Jing Yizhu called out loudly. Seeing the golden retriever far away, he picked up a broom and chased after it. Smash the trophy, pretend to be sick. Woof woof woof, The golden retriever barked as it ran. Although the villa's living room is large, the furniture blocks the way, and with the length of the broomstick, the little distance the golden retriever managed to slip away is simply not enough. Watching the three-legged run slowly with a hobble, under the gaze of millions in the live stream, the golden retriever, which had been in agony from its paw just moments ago, directly placed its injured paw down. Running fast on four legs, moving like the wind, jumping on and off the sofa and coffee table with agility and ease. Wen Youning clapped her hands lightly, healed. Bullet comments. God, miraculous doctor. Not really. I'm a bit slow on the uptake. Let me rewind and take another look. This soy sauce-colored golden retriever is the worst. Good, good, good. You kid really are the dog of an Oscar-winning actor. This acting. No wonder the doctor was scratching his head after watching the footage. Turns out it was faking an illness. Isn't anyone going to guess why the streamer knows about all this? Could it be that a stalker set up surveillance? No, Jing Yizhu panted, sitting back in front of the screen to continue his live stream. His job was special, with many stalkers. For his own safety, the security system around his villa was very advanced, making it impossible for anyone to sneak in. Various home surveillance systems have been hacked online, and videos have been uploaded. Considering the privacy of some surveillance systems, his family doesn't even have cameras. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the golden retriever to pretend to be sick for so long without him discovering the reason. If there had been surveillance, he would have looked into what happened before its leg was injured. So, setting aside all impossibilities, the last remaining answer, even if it is so absurd that it is hard to believe. But precisely that is the only answer. That is what the host on the opposite side read in your mind. Considering the reaction of the golden retriever at that time, it can be said that it completely exposed the golden retriever's little thoughts. Jing Yizhu stood in this position, having encountered many people and events. His mindset was relatively calm, and he gave Wen Youning 10 of the most expensive gifts to show his gratitude. Thanks to the boss for the secret forest, Wen Youning said to the fluffy little tabby, "The problem is solved, I will leave now." Jing Yizhu's side is also about to start the crew activities. Okay, let's do a live connection together next time. Disconnect the live broadcast connection. The barrage in Wen Youning's live broadcast room is still scrolling at an extremely fast speed. The content flashes quickly, and she can't see it clearly without pausing. The bullet comments from advanced members will float and pause briefly, and most people carry the fan badge for Jing Yizhu's live stream. The anchor really has some skill. I've been watching for 2 days, and this is the first time this live stream has exceeded 100,000 viewers. Sister Wen is the best. Wen Youning smiled at the bullet comments. Everyone, rest early, I also need to go to sleep. No way with your popularity. Halfway through the barrage, the screen of Wen Youning's livestream has already gone black. The fans in the livestream room laughed in anger at the message saying, "The host has ended the broadcast," automatically switching to the next livestream. The higher the popularity, the more gifts can be received. If nothing else, brands will come knocking, which is a great opportunity to make money and build one's reputation. Wen Youning's live streaming is straightforward and efficient. Wen Youning charged her phone, first lifted the German Shepherd onto the sofa, and then picked up the little tabby to take back to the room. The German Shepherd is too big. With a single bed and a German Shepherd, sleeping is a bit too cramped. There is no upper limit to making money. Plus the gifts received in the past 2 days, it's completely enough for her to lie flat and do nothing for 2 years. After a whole day of being busy, I can't even lift my arms at night. After finishing the tasks at hand, all I want to do is sleep. She now has a plan for every day. Wen Youning is lying on the bed thinking, her custom needles should arrive tomorrow. There's still a vaccine to be given to the little tabby cat. Online shopping is convenient and fast now. If you pay extra for delivery, it can arrive the next day. The little tabby cat rubbed against her arm, meow. Wen Youning was so sleepy she was lost in a daze. Tomorrow you'll be able to get your shot. The sleepy little tabby abruptly opened its eyes and said, meow. What is this? What is this? Ding dong. Wen Youning was woken up by the doorbell. Light streamed through the gap in the loosely drawn curtains and she squinted her eyes. The doorbell rang again from outside and she sat up quickly, hurriedly slipping on her slippers. Coming, coming. The little tabby cat and the German shepherd were already waiting at the door. Wen Youning walked past the two fluffy animals and opened the door. The delivery guy handed her two large boxes. Your delivery. These are express deliveries that were chosen for an extra charge. The vaccines arrived a day later than the acupuncture needles. If I hadn't bought the vaccine online, I would have taken it to the pet hospital where I bathed the general yesterday. Wen Youning returned home with a large box, first opening the box with the vaccines. Although the vaccines bought were few, the box given was very large, stuffed full of ice packs inside. Vaccines need to be stored in a low-temperature environment. Now it is summer, and if the journey takes too long, the vaccines received won't be useful. Therefore, the merchants are very cautious about temperature preservation. Wen Youning lifted the lid of the foam box, and a rush of cold air came out. She took out various vaccines to check them one by one, and only after confirming there were no mistakes did she put them into the small refrigerator she had bought in advance, which was about the size of a rice cooker, just right for storing a small amount of vaccines. Come on, let's eat first and I'll do acupuncture for you on the live stream later. Wen Youning mixed the pet food she made with the leftover cat food at home for the little tabby cat, and in the military bowl she pressed some jerky and a few meat bones meant for chewing on top of the pet food. Woof woof. Wen Youning moved her arms a bit. After the morning chaos, she was now completely alert. There was no chance of taking a nap now. After she finished washing up, she started to rummage for things to prepare for today's live stream. The light in the bedroom is generally dim, so Wen Youning moved the computer used for live streaming to the living room and brought over a floor lamp for additional lighting. The quality is not bad. Wen Youning picked up the acupuncture needles and tried the feel one by one. The spiral patterns on the needle handles were also very well done, and they felt smooth to twist. These needles were rinsed with purified water and then soaked in high-concentration alcohol. Acupuncture needles are all single-use, and Wen Youning customized 100 sets according to her own ideas, which is definitely enough for one treatment course for the German Shepherd. The custom sizes differ quite a bit from the standard sizes, and there are fewer newly made molds, so the merchants don't sell them. After finishing all the preparations, Wen Youning started the live broadcast. Facing the morning sun coming in from the balcony, Wen Youning greeted everyone with a smile. Good morning. Ah, it's finally starting. You heartless woman, do you know how long I've waited? After a whole night without sleep, I finally caught it. From Weibo, is this the live stream room where Jingji is connecting? As soon as the broadcast started, a large number of viewers flooded into the live stream room, and the number of online users in the upper right corner soared rapidly. Compared to the sparse scene when it started yesterday morning with just a few people, it was like two completely different live stream rooms. The gifts were pouring in like a geyser, continuously flooding in without pause. The barrage is all about thanking her. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, thanking everyone for their gifts while opening Weibo to see what was going on. She didn't even need to dig deep. The trending topic she clicked into was clearly Jing Yizhu chasing a dog at night, Is pet mind reading real? Shocking, the internet's divine doctor appears, and the dog at Jing Yizhu's house stood up. Is there a backup for the movie King's trophy? During the time when Jing Yizhu was treating the dog, he posted the situation of the golden retriever online. Having visited various pet hospitals, even some unreliable small clinics recommended online, he had already treated the dead horse as a live horse and took Jing Yifei over. However, the results were not satisfactory, so he sought help on Weibo. This time, the golden retriever stood up during the live broadcast, and everyone was curious if it was really difficult to see a doctor online. Upon clicking in, it turned out that it wasn't the doctor's skills that were lacking, but rather that the golden retriever was too cunning. Fans have captured the golden retriever's reactions every time Wen Youning speaks during the live stream. Hahaha, the little golden retriever can't hide its emotions. It's all written on its face. Help, this comparison really gives me the feeling that the little golden retriever has been seen through. The host is also really funny. The golden retriever wants to run, but Jing Ji hasn't noticed and she pointed it out.